KOIKIMEDIA, we're bringing the world closer to your doorstep.
KOIKIMEDIA, 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 we bringing the world closer to your doorstep.
KOIKIMEDIA, 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 we bringing the world closer to your doorstep.
Àwa sálára àgbáyédá, àwa ló láṣà àti èdè. Gbígbédè lárugẹ nílẹ̀ Oòduà o, àwa gangan ni bàbá.
KOIKIMEDIA, 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 we bringing the world closer to your doorstep.
They never sabi wetin we carry for her.
But they move closer before they go sabi.
I said they never know wetin we carry for body.
But they move closer before they go sabi.
Ọ̀kín lọ lọ́jà ẹyẹ, kìnìún ló ló lajú.
Ẹyẹ tó dorí kodò bí àdán ọ̀pẹ̀jẹ̀ lẹ́nu.
Ká ṣiṣẹ́ fún ilẹ̀ bàbá wa, ká ṣiṣẹ́ fún ìlú bàbá wa, ká jùmọ̀ sowọ́pọ̀ ká lè tó dúdú àga.
Odùduwà kò bá lè gbé wá.
Ọmọ Odùduwà ṣe gírí, ẹ dìde fún ẹ̀tọ́ adúláwọ̀, ká lè jọ jùmọ̀ gbé délẹ̀ ìlérí, ká wálé gba ògo ilẹ̀ wa, ká ṣiṣẹ́ ká lè jọ gbàdé, ká lè gbàdé adé adúláwọ̀, àwa ni mọ̀lẹ̀ tí yóò tàn káàkiri.
Ọmọ Odùduwà ni wá.
KOIKIMEDIA, àwa là ń gbé tó lárugẹ.
Ètò tó pọ̀jù owó tiwa máa ní.
Kásá ẹgbẹ́ polówó ọjà wà kájé bùgbà yín jẹ.
Ètò tó pọ̀jù owó tiwa máa ní.
À ń gbé tó lárugẹ, à ń gbàsà lárugẹ.
Ètò tó pọ̀jù owó tiwa máa ní.
News and sports ẹ máa rí gbọ́.
Ètò tó pọ̀jù owó tiwa máa ní.
Ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú alárẹ̀ mi ló ní kí n máa ké tantan. KOIKIMEDIA ọlọ́lá gbajúmọ̀ mi o, máa bá ṣẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ o. Ọmọ Yorùbá nìyẹn, ọmọ Yorùbá tata o. À ń gbádùn rẹ, ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú alárẹ̀ mi, ṣẹ́yìn ló máa fi dìbò tẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ o. Ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ onígbò máa ń dé máa dé, ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ onígbò máa wọ̀ o. Igbó máa wọ̀ tájòjì ò gbọ́dọ̀ wọ̀, àjòjì tó bá wọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ á tẹ̀lé ní ẹbọra. Ẹ̀yin lọ máa náwó kóyìnbó tó dé, ìgbà tó yìnbó dé o, owó náà dẹ́ tún pọ̀ sí o. KOIKIMEDIA ṣàwa ní bàbá. KOIKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
KOIKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
Àdáńtọ́ àtúnpèrègèdè.
KOIKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
Àwa là ń gbé tó lárugẹ, jẹ́ ká jọ gbọ́ o.
KOIKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
Àtúnjà fẹ́tọ̀ ilẹ̀ wa, fẹ́tọ̀ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá.
KOIKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
Ọmọ Oòduà ni wá o, tọkàntọkàn.
KOIKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
Ikú tí ó ṣe bí lébi òsì, àdìmú bàbá iyọ̀.
KOIKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
We bring you work closer to your doorstep.
KOIKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
Afẹ́fẹ́ tó ń fẹ́ o tó ń kan kí oko lára ni.
KOIKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
Àpèrègèdè Olódùmarè ló fún wa ṣe.
KOIKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
Gbogbo ayé ẹ gbọ́, àwa ní bàbá o.
KOIKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
Ẹ máa bọ̀ wá ẹgbẹ́ polówó ọjà yín wá o.
KOIKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
Odùduwà lágbédá ní, òtítọ́ lágbédá ní.
KOIKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
A kì í sọ̀dálẹ̀, a kì í sódìkẹta.
KOIKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
Àdúró tán, a tún pèrègèdè.
KOIKIMEDIA àwọn ní bàbá.
closer to your doorstep. KOIKIMEDIA is around.
To give us latest.
Is around.
To give us latest.
Ladies and gentlemen,
ẹ mú kalẹ̀ sílẹ̀, ẹ tẹ́tí ẹ gbọ́ ètò tó pójú gbogbo.
ladies and gentlemen,
ẹ mú kalẹ̀ sílẹ̀, ẹ tẹ́tí ẹ gbọ́ ètò tó pójú gbogbo.
KOIKIMEDIA is around.
To give us latest.
Gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ ọ̀dọ́ tá a jọ ń káàkiri ọ̀dọ́jọ́ ni wá, ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ kí a fi àyè gba Fúlàní lórí ilẹ̀ àwọn bàbá wa. Ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ ká bú ọba mọ́, ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ ká bú jòyè mọ́. Nígbà tá a la fẹ́ jà fún àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ wa, táwa ń kọ́kọ́ ń bú ọba, tá à ń bú jòyè. Èmi náà ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ rí, bọ́ mo pera mi padà. Ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ ká bú àgbààgbà kankan mọ́, ẹ mọ̀ bolóṣèlú kankan. Àwọn ẹ̀rù kálukú ń bẹ̀rù wọn ò lè sọ̀rọ̀, ọba ò lè sọ, ìjòyè lè sọ. Ẹ jẹ́ ká ronú, ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ ká bá àwọn bàbá jà mọ́, ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ á bú wọn mọ́, ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ á ṣe wọ́n ra wọn ara pẹ̀lú wọn. Àwọn àgbà tó bá jó lóṣèlú, tá a bá fẹ́ kọ́ wọn rẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́, á gbé wọn mọ́ra, á gbé wọn mọ́ra ni, à ní bú wọn mọ́. Ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ á ṣèjẹ̀gbọ́n, ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ á dàlúrú. A lè gba ẹ̀tọ́ wa láì ṣèjẹ̀gbọ́n, a lè gba ẹ̀tọ́ wa láì yìnbọn, a lè gba ẹ̀tọ́ wa láì dàlúrú. Gbogbo protest mo ṣe ní ìlú Nàìjíríà, mi ò rí ibi tí mo ti ẹnìkan lè sọ pé mo pààyàn tàbí mo jó nǹkan náà tàbí mo bà nǹkan jẹ́. Mo lọ písù torí pé olówó lèmi náà tí ò bá sólówó lára ń dì mọ́. Gbogbo nǹkan tọ́lọ́run fún yẹn lọ́lọ́run fún mi. Mi ṣe tálákà tó dé pé mo dìde fúnjà Yorùbá. Big man ni mí, àwọn tó jẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ mi tó súnmọ́ mi tó ní owó ní kí ni mo wá lọ bẹ̀. Pé sọ́wọ́ ni mò ń fẹ́ ni kí n sọ yìí tí mo fẹ́, mo ní ìsọ̀rọ̀ owó. Àní ọ̀rọ̀ ìran mi ni mò ń sọ. Kí n wọ gbowó, kí n gbéra, kí n pé mò ń lọ ọ̀dọ̀ ọba Ìgbòho, mò ń lọ ọ̀dọ̀ oníbodè of Ìgbòho, kí n kójó wọlé kọ́kàn mi balẹ̀, kí n dá wa mọ́tò kí n mọ́ rìn bọ̀, kí Fúlàní mọ́ da mi dúró títì, kí n délé kí bàbá sọ pé kí n gbé tírélà sùn kí n mọ́ gbé lọ. Àwọn bàbá wo lè lóko mọ́, wọn ò lè lódò. Ẹ jẹ́ ká fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ ká ti àwọn bàbá wa lẹ́yìn, ká dá security ti wa lẹ̀, ká sọ fún wọn kí wọ́n bá wa fọwọ́ tì í, ká lé wọn kó nu oko wa. Ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́, Jésù Olúwa wa.
Doubt that both the spirit and the letter of this Broadcasting Commission decree have indicated clearly where the freedom of expression is being taken, and it should be stopped as quickly as possible. I think all of you have, I don't know if you've seen this letter, which was sent by the National Broadcasting Commission to Channel TV. It just happens to be channels, it could be anyone, it's been others as well. But this for me is the first time I've actually seen an example of the kind of query that the media is getting. Yeah, just take one or two examples. Here's it's titled Notice of Infraction. And section, the broadcaster shall ensure that its presenter shall handle with professionalism and sound judgment to ensure, etc., etc. Professionalism, sound judgment, who decides that? Is a National Broadcasting Commission mass communication forum, is it judging people's papers? Is it setting examination? Says you haven't shown sound judgment. I mean, who's the impartial arbiter? Who's the expert who decides things like that? And so on and so forth. This is one of the most astounding, semi-literate kind of official query letter I've ever seen. And I wish to exhort the media, whenever they get letters like this, I know you have problems, you have your commission, you have your board of trustees, they tell you what to do and so on, but wherever possible, if only symbolically, please just throw it into the garbage pan, whatever which I press. Could you bring something there? This kind of query, this is where it belongs. No, just stick it out of there. Just get it up there. In addition, however, I think we shouldn't stop at symbolic gestures. I think we have a responsibility to tell the government that if any media institution is sanctioned on this kind of trivial, absolutely ludicrous grounds, that we will fulfill our responsibility by mobilizing the nation to boycott all government media, whether television or radio, and we shall embark on that campaign. I invite you, all of you, to stand by to get ready. If it becomes necessary, then we shall wage this media war against the government. Decree number 4 has no place in a democracy. And it's about time we emphasize that, we manifested that both in language and in act. Well, as you see, that didn't take 5 minutes, and I thought since I was bringing you out, although ostensibly for that, there are some other issues which I thought we might want to discuss among ourselves. Yeah? Or we can stop and go home if you like, whichever. Shall we continue? All right. So let's take a few of the items which I'm sure has been agitating our minds, all our collective minds, for some time. The first is the issue of the government role in one of the agitators, towards one of the agitators, who is now both against Fulani tyranny, Fulani herdsmen, criminal conduct, and only, by the way, also agitating for sectional national sovereignty. I'm talking about IGBOHO, who threw out a criminal Fulani herdsman who's been terrorizing his neighborhood, because that's his real crime. I refuse to accept that IGBOHO is being chased because he peacefully demonstrated his position vis-a-vis the destiny of this nation, which is a fundamental human right of anybody. So somebody calls for secession, calls for a separate state. I don't consider that, and nowhere is that to be declared a criminal act. That's one's vision of one's own society, full stop. As long as it's done peacefully, collectively, within the law, you do not now criminalize that action. And in addition, commit criminal acts against such an individual, which is what the government, the security services did by raiding IGBOHO's home in the middle of the night, 2 a.m., killing 2 of his own people, then claiming, without a warrant or anything, then claiming they found weapons in his home. Now, who's going to believe that cock and bull story? And this is an appeal actually to the Republic of Benin, to the government of the Republic of Benin. Why are you keeping this victim in your prisons? I mean, what's going on? What crime did he commit against your state that you are holding him in prison instead of just letting him continue his journey? IGBOHO has not committed any crime against any known law in this nation. And so to ask for his repatriation is just adding insult to injury. You invaded the man's house, destroyed his property, chased him into the wilderness, and then you pursue him next door. So we're asking the government of the Republic of Benin to release this young man and let him go about his business, which was interrupted unjustly. Unjustly. Please rectify this error. Don't compound it any further by holding Sunday IGBOHO in prison one day longer.
She said, And a very good morning and welcome to Monday, the 15th of April 2024. As we continue our campaign and our quest to self-determination, as we continue to enlighten on this platform and give all the reasons why the Yoruba people needs to exit Nigeria. I want you to sit back and let us take you through quite a number of analyses this particular day. My name is Koiki, one of the campaigners and one of those that believe that the Yoruba people have what it takes, to stand as an independent country. I welcome you as you're joining. It is exactly 4 minutes past 6 a.m. in London, where this transmission is coming from. Under the leadership of Professor Adebanji Akintoye, the leader of the Yoruba Self-Determination, we welcome you into this platform. A message again on behalf of the Yoruba people to international community and the federal government of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the European Union, the African Union. There's a lot of areas that we're going to cover this morning, but the most important thing is we will be starting with the message from Professor Adebanji Akintoye directly to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and likewise to the Oyo State government. I'll be reading those statements that came out yesterday, the 14th of April 2024, in just about a few minutes. And like I said, this is a platform fully engaged to self-determination. As we have stated a lot of the time, the Yoruba people have what it takes to have their own independent country. And having an independent country means that you have a full autonomy and the resources of your country, but there is always a process to get those countries. Countries have come out in the past. The Yoruba people will not be the first country and will not be the last asking for the right to self-determination. Self-determination will be respected under the Nigerian government, under the United Nations, and I'll be taking you through a particular country that got their independence from Indonesia in 2002, known as the East Timor. What does the freedom mean to the women of East Timor? You'll be watching a lot of videos this morning. You'll be seeing how the civil war almost killed thousands of people through the Indonesian military government, even after Indonesia wanted to keep East Timor. Sometime in 1975, East Timor declared an independent, but a week after that, the Indonesian military invaded and massacred so many of them. Videos will be shown this morning. As we go into the program, please sit back and let us take you through, as a lot to cover this morning. Once again, a very good morning to you. Good afternoon, good evening, depending on what part of the world you'll be watching us from. As I always say, this platform believes that the Yoruba people have what it takes to have their own independent country, away from what the British created in 1914, fraudulent amalgamation. Many Nigerians are still thinking that there is a country called Nigeria. The UK knew quite well that Nigeria was not meant for us, but went ahead and merged the country where people speak different languages, people have different cultures, people have different background, and that is why today many Nigerians continue to kill each other, because thinking that they will have a country that they can save. It will be in the interest of every Nigerian to now believe that your country that you love so much was part of what British colony took for over 200 years. All these countries on the screen right now were part of the country that were managed by the United Kingdom during those era for over 200 years. We are on a full broadcast this morning. We're streaming on all the platforms. You might not get notification. It is entirely up to you to find the appropriate station within the YouTube, Facebook, MixLR, Twitter space, Instagram, to be able to listen to KOIKIMEDIA. I do not control the notification, and I can tell you that many of times my platform continue to be attacked because of the messages that we give out on a daily basis. And as I prepare to take you into the conversation this morning, please do not distract this program. I will curse you, I will curse your father, I will curse your mother, and I'll send you back to where you are meant to be, in the garbage in the bin. I have no respect for any one of you that do still think that you will come on people like us to attack us because of why we believe that we do not have Nigeria to be a country anymore. As I prepare this conversation this morning, I want us to remember that there was an incident that took place over the weekend under the leadership of Professor Adebanji Akintoye. I can confirm that we have nothing to do with it, and it has nothing to do with us as well. This is another particular individual known as Dupe Onitiri that decided that she will go ahead and prepare our own way of getting our nation. But today, under the leadership of Professor Adebanji Akintoye, I have now been asked to send a message to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that we have nothing to do with that, but our quest and our right to self-determination must be, will be respected through negotiation, diplomacy, engagement until all has been exhausted, and then the next thing will be decided by the YSDM that controls and lead about 85 different groups under the Yoruba self-determination. The self-determination is an inalienable right. Like I always say, we are not the only one asking for that right. Many countries around the world do also want that right. And as we say, our engagement remains peaceful, non-violent. At no point have we ever become violent ever since we started the engagement of the Yoruba self-determination. And we expect that that will continue until we deserve to be told that our leaders will be called for negotiation so that we can peacefully and amicably leave Nigeria into a nation that we will control our own right and our own dignity, as we say all the time. But for those that believe in Nigeria, it is your right to believe in Nigeria, but it is also my right to say to you that a lot of evidence continue to be told, to be shown, that the Nigeria that you believe in has come to the end, and it will expire very soon when countries will come out of it. Let's start with this.
Other countries were refused first. We have to remember, and this is a really important point, that self-determination is an inalienable international right and a law as well.
And other countries will recognise Scotland's democratic choice expressed. Other countries were refused at first, but we have to remember, and this is a really important point, that self-determination is an inalienable international right and a law as well. And other countries will recognise Scotland's democratic choice expressed at the ballot box. They will recognise that because that is the route that many other countries have taken in order to become independent. And just to make that point, that international law is very pragmatic on that point, so we should have confidence.
And let's bring it back into the conversation. And let's read this through as we prepare the speech sent to the media houses yesterday, when I will be engaged with many media interview later on this morning back in Nigeria from about 9 o'clock. And I want us to stay tuned when that comes up as well. But for now, let us read this through. And this is coming from Professor Adebanji Akintoye's office yesterday to all the Yorubas around the world and the international community. Speech, 14th April 2024. This was sent out by the leader of the Yoruba self-determination, Professor Adebanji Akintoye. At about the time of the morning on Saturday, 13th of April 2024, it was the Muslim weekend holiday. We received report that a group of armed men had stormed the Oyo State Government Secretariat, Agodi, Ibadan, Oyo State. Upon the receipt of the report, the Nigerian security troops immediately mobilized to the scene and cordoned off the secretariat. We later understood who these armed men were after the Nigerian security engaged them. They were observed to be Dupe Onitiri Abiola, the widow of the late MKO Abiola agitator group in military camouflage and red beret, who invaded the secretariat in buses and bike. The invaders spelled out their name to be Democratic Republic of the Yoruba, a group under Mrs. Dupe Onitiri Abiola, the widow of the late MKO Abiola. We would like to make a clear expression here that the Yoruba Nation movement has nothing to do with Mrs. Dupe Onitiri Abiola and a group known as Ominira 2022, also known as alias Democratic Republic of the Yoruba. Number one, their organization is different from our movement. We are the Yoruba Nation Self-Determination Movement, known as the YSDM. Our Yoruba Nation is registered by the UNPO, known as the Unrepresented People Organization, under Professor Adebanji Akintoye. Their organization is Democratic Republic of the Yoruba, DRY, under Mrs. Dupe Onitiri Abiola alias Ominira 2022, the widow of the late MKO Abiola. Number three, the official media platforms of communication are different. The Yoruba Nation under Professor Adebanji Akintoye, the leader of the Yoruba self-determination, uses the Yoruba World Media, streaming from the United Kingdom, also the home-based media, while the Democratic Republic under Mrs. Dupe Onitiri Abiola, the widow of the late MKO Abiola, uses the media handle of Ijile Marcos Media, streaming from Turkey. It will not be funny for any reporting Nigerian media to link or report the Oyo Secretariat invasion with the Yoruba Nation. Ignorance is not an excuse. A journalist must do his or her due diligence before reporting story. Any media will link the Yoruba Nation to the Distart Act will face the court of law for defamation, and if print media will be charged for libel. There is a big difference between the Yoruba Nation organization and the so-called Democratic Republic of the Yoruba organization. While the incident was going on, Professor Adebanji Akintoye and Chief Dr. Sunday Adeyemo came on air to condemn and debunk for the Distarter Act of the invasion. In the evening, Mrs. Dupe Onitiri Abiola, the widow of the late MKO Abiola, was on air to confirm and acclaim organizer of the invasion and the attack. She called them Adele, in Yoruba translation, interim government. We therefore asking the Nigerian government, both the federal and the state, to now declare Mrs. Dupe Onitiri Abiola wanted. She called them Adele, declare her wanted, if not for any charges, but to come and explain reason for the invasion on a weekend holiday. We stand as Yoruba Nation and our self-determination is an inalienable right in which Nigerian government is a signatory to the same under the United Nations Charter. We are not terrorists, neither are we secessionists. Our right for self-determination shall not be undermined, not for any unwarranted assessment of any other Yoruba group that are aligned to our movement. Thank you, Professor Adebanji Akintoye. This audio we're about to play along with these was another interview granted to a particular radio station in Ibadan by Dr. Chief Sunday IGBOHO, aka IGBOHO, on the 14th of April 2024.
14th of April 2023, olóyè tí wà pẹ̀lú bàbá wa Royal Mansard lórí rédíò Àgídìgbò. Ìjà gbọ́ ohun tí olóyè ní fún wa. Wọ́n lè fún tó wà lórí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ yìí. Hello sir. Fẹ́ ká gbọ́ tún. Hello sir. Fẹ́ gbọ́ mi sir. Alájọ Yomi àti ọmọ bàbá tó wà níbi program yẹn lọ níbi bóyá àwọn ọmọ wa pẹ̀lú ọmọ kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá káàkiri gbogbo àgbáláyé wọn á fi kíkí ọlọ́mọ tó parí ẹ̀ àwọn ọ̀gá tó lágbára lórí gbogbo wa orúkọ mi ní Sunday Adéyẹmọ tí mo fi mọ̀ ìṣọ́ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní sẹ́kírátì nígbàdàn ní àná báwa ṣe ṣe Yorùbá tiwa lẹ́sọ̀ tiwa ó ní àwọn ẹ̀sìn tuntun yẹn ìwé òmùọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bá wọ́n lè nígbà gbọ́ pé bàbá mi bá ìjà gbé ìwọ̀n ẹni tó bá yìí ó fún àwọn àtàjọ fúnra wájọ títí káàkiri ọmọ náà bí ọ̀tá láti Yorùbá ti sọ káàjà pẹ̀tọ̀ gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ẹni kankan wọn pa ọtọ lọ sí ẹ ìṣèpá àti ìjà fún ẹ ẹni tó jọba ti fi ṣọ́ọ̀bù yẹn nígbà tí Buhari jẹ́ wà bẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ fúlàní kò sí ní àlọ́sẹ̀díà àyàbára ìjọlọ́pàá àyàbára ìjọlẹ́jà àwọn síta láti ṣe rálì látà tí mo lọ gẹ́gẹ́ tí mo dé à ń ṣe rálì yẹn káàkiri láti kéde fẹ́tọ̀ wà ní. Fúlàní olè ànílájú wálẹ̀ kí Fúlàní mọ̀ pa àwọn bàbá wa àwọn fámìlì wa kan mọ̀ jẹ́ kẹ́kẹ́ lọ sọ́dọ̀ èkó kó táwọn jà fún yẹn. So ìjọba tí wọ́n dẹ̀ sí gbà yẹn ní gbogbo agbára yẹn Fúlàní lè kàn kó síbẹ̀ kó sí Yorùbá gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n kà sí kó sí wọ́n ni. Bí àwọn bá para wọn lọ́hùn tó bá pa ìlọsí gbogbo tó ti tán wọ́n tún máa fún wọn ní amnesty lórí àwọn tó pa. So gbogbo nǹkan tí àwa kọ́ ń gbà yẹn tàbí jáde pẹ̀lú bàbá Adebanji Akintoye àtàwọn àgbàgbà tó wà pẹ̀lú àwọn bá tó sọpọ́ọ̀tì àwọn àgbà yìí bó ti tó báyìí. Kí wọ́n ṣe pé káwá kúra wájú káwá lọ ní ọ́fíìsì àwọn ẹ̀rẹ́pọ̀ secretariat tẹ́lẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ yà wèrè tọpọlọ ń dún ẹni yẹn. Ẹ̀rí bá wọn tó lọ ẹ̀tẹ́ bá wọn dàbí ẹ̀rí bá lẹ́sàn ni wọn gbádùn àti tó lórí wọn tó lòun wọn. Ẹ̀rí bá wọn gba ìwé lẹ́gbọ́n tó máa tọ́jú wọn. Tí wọ́n ṣe máa ń gómìnira yẹn. Ẹ wá lọ́fíìsì àwọn ẹ̀rẹ́pọ̀ ẹ wá lọ jókòó táfílà ẹlẹ́yìn Yorùbá lẹ́sàn láì jáwé ẹ̀rí pọpọlọ tó wà dáadáa. So ọ̀rọ̀ pé kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá tó kọ̀ kẹ́sì àwọn ẹ̀rá dáadáa báyìí wọ́n lè fẹ́ kí Yorùbá tó yọ̀yọ̀ wọ́n lè fẹ́ kẹ́sì wọn dáadáa. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ní wọ́n mú àwọn ẹ̀rá dáadáa tó rán wọn lọ́sẹ̀ tàbí bẹ́ẹ̀ láti wọ́n fi dá wà láyé bí gbàgbé kẹ́ńtà ló lè fi yà sí. Tá a bá fẹ́ ṣe gbogbo ráyè wa à sọ tí gbogbo ẹyọ gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá dẹ̀ máa gbọ́ àjọ ọ̀pọ̀ ni. Àjọ jáde tán láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ mẹ́tọ̀ wa ni kì í ṣe pé àwọn pípa kóra jọ bí mẹ́jọ ẹ wà lọ́wọ́ kàkí sójà ẹ wà ṣe ẹmọdé kú ẹ lọ ẹ ti mọ gbogbo ẹ lọ fàkúyò ẹ wà lọ ní ọ́fíìsì àwọn ẹgbẹ́ mẹ́jọ mọ káwọn ẹ̀kọ́ ní Nàìjíríà Ọlọ́run dẹ ti jẹ́ kílẹ̀ Yorùbá ó bàjẹ́ Ọlọ́run dẹ jẹ́ kí Ọlọ́run gbòmìnira tó yẹ fún Yorùbá láti Ọlọ́run kì í ṣe pé ó lé kúra dáadáa táwọn ẹ̀kọ́ kiri àwọn ọmọ gángan gbà yòó èmi àti bàbá àti gbogbo adájọ́ tí ó bá pèsè káàkiri àwọn ẹni tí máa tó ṣe rárá. Ẹ ṣe mo dúpẹ́ jà ẹ sà ẹ dẹ́kun àwọn wo ni ẹni breakout táwọn kan ti yapa kó lára yín ní ìtẹ̀yìn obìnrin kan bẹ̀ ẹ̀gbà tí mo wà nínú prison bẹ̀rẹ̀ yẹn obìnrin kan bẹ̀ tó ń pè ní tó ní òun ìyàwó Abíọ́lá ọ̀dẹ̀ tí ní òun ọ̀yá ẹ̀ ní orí màdàmẹ́ òun bẹ́ẹ̀ ká òkè tó dúró rẹ̀ sí Yorùbá nìsan òun ló lè jẹ́ àwọn group àwọn tó wà bẹ̀rẹ̀ lánàá ẹ̀ wọ́n mú rẹ̀ ní Adúpẹ́ Abíọ́lá olóhùn ìyàwó Abíọ́lá ó ní òun ìyàwó Abíọ́lá ní ọmọ so òun ló ní àwọn group tí wọ́n wá secretariat lánàá ẹ̀ àtàwọn alátìlẹyìn ọ̀kan àwọn náà ti dá dúró Yorùbá tí wọ́n lọ́ta àwọn náà ń pera wọn ní òmìnira 2022
Many other countries have taken in order to become independent.
And we come back into the conversation. My name is Koiki, and I welcome you back into the program as we now take you through some of the other areas of the self-determination. We've listened to the speech from the leader of the Yoruba self-determination, and as we've said continuously, our movement is a non-violent. If you're reporting this particular story, we are monitoring every print, online, offline, and like the speech said, we would file you to any court, both in Africa and international criminal court. There is a two difference between the Yoruba nation under the YSDM, registered at the UNPO in 2019. There is a difference between us and the Democratic Republic of the Yoruba under Mrs. Dupe Onitiri Abiola, also alias Ominira 2022. Please take note during your reporting. Now, many Yoruba people that have argued that what will be the way out and how do we expect to achieve our nation. As we have said continuously, that engagement is the first key, which is what has been done in the last 3 years. Those engagements have not yet expired. Those engagements have not yet been fulfilled to the full battery charge. That literally means that we will continue to engage, not just the current administration, we will also continue to engage the international community. The international community understand quite well what self-determination is all about. The Nigerian government also understand that. The 1914 amalgamation was not done in the interest of the indigenous people. So what we are now saying is to de-amalgamate this 1914 amalgamation to enable us to have a full autonomy of our own country. There's a particular country that we're going to be talking about in all the broadcasts throughout today, and that is the country that gained their independence in 2002 after 30 years of civil war between them and the Indonesian government. This particular country is called East Timor. And this particular country also did a lot before they finally became an independent country. Again, let us say to the current governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, do not tag Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho to the incident that occurred in Ibadan secretariat over the weekend. We are aware that you are currently not in the state as at the time this incident occurred. But when you will be putting out your full message, make sure that you do diligent research based on the analysis and the message that has now been released to the public by the leader of the Yoruba nation, Prof Adebanji Akintoye. We have a lot of our representatives. We have a lot of the Yorubas that are living in Oyo State and different parts of the southwest and likewise other parts in Nigeria. None of them will be molested. None of them will be picked for a different purpose, because already there is another evidence that some individuals that we told you during my analysis that there is a mix-up from those that were captured in the secretariat and those that were also not, those that were captured and the images that came out after the whole incident in Ibadan. Now, our concern is not just for those that are true believers of the Yoruba self-determination. We do not want a situation where the police or the security will go after individuals that are not connected to what happened over the weekend. We will expect that our people will live within the country, within the state, without being given any kind of headache. If you're looking for those that have committed those crimes against the government from their perspective, we expect you as the chief officer and the chief security to do all the diligent work properly. Because I have now a proof based on another video, because a lot of videos have been coming out in the last couple of days after this whole incident in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria. But there's a particular one that came to my notice that we're going to talk about slightly before we move into the second part of the program, is that few individuals that had no connection with the Ibadan attack have now been captured and then been presented as people that were also part of what took place. That is a concern, because innocent people should not be linked to something that they are not engaged or aware of. And this is the reason why I will again tell the security agency, whatever right you have to go after those that have committed whatever crime that they have, it is important that we do not pick innocent citizens that are currently living in Ibadan and other areas as well. We give kudos to Dr. Oriyomi Amzad for the job he's doing in Ibadan. This particular video that we're going to explain to you later has something now connected, link in a different way to what has happened in Ibadan. These individuals now have been presented to us as people that also went to commit the crime in Agodi Secretariat. You would all remember that when I was doing my presentation a couple of days ago, I came back to ask questions regarding these innocent people that we have now been told that have got nothing to do with what happened in Agodi. But it seems that some of them and those that committed the crime have been mixed up. I don't know how those mixed up happened, but I'll be explaining that to us in just about a few minutes. So once again, I am saying now to the Oyo State government to do diligent check before picking up innocent people that have nothing to do with the attack, just like we do not have anything to do with it as well. So before we start looking at the pictures again of those that did the attack and why we are now a little bit concerned that it seems that there is some mixed up in the Ibadan event, and this is the reason why reports like this is very, very important. Once again, my name is Oluwole Koiki, known as KOIKIMEDIA, bringing the world closer to your doorstep. As we know that those that were presented to us, let's come back out here again. Let's first watch this video. This was the first video that was released coming out of that state after the incident. How this video end up to be this, I will explain to us in just a matter of time. Let's first watch this so that we can get a background understanding. And please, as you're watching the video, take note of those in this particular video. And I believe we have again a better version that I will be uploading and for us to watch, because that has been well edited for me to use, because we were struggling the other day to get a better view. So bear with us, that is going to come now. So well, let's watch this while we're preparing for that. Once again, sit back. It is important that we all follow today's broadcast. It is very, very important. There is already a mixed up in the sense that people that have not been connected to what happened in Ibadan have now been accused, picked up, that they are part of those that committed that crime. How that has happened, I don't know, but it seems that Dr. Oriyomi Amzat explained that in this 6-minute 50-second video that we will be able to listen to in the course of this program. Let's start with this.
Like, people are living in peace. You want to cause problems. Say the Yoruba nation. You are mad.
Ó wà lára ilé ó ń dé wà lápá ilé ó wà lọ́wọ́ lára ilé náà sí náà gbàdíwà ọgbẹ wà ó yà ní dédé gòdì àbí lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ sókè. Àwọn ilé ti kọ́tọ́ débi kí n fi lè rájọ. Ó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ kò sí. Ó dá yóò one by one. Okay, another one. See another one. It's plenty for the body. Remain one here. Remain one. You want body? Ẹ jẹ́ àmọ́ bọ̀ wá ká dúró. Yóò fún ara ẹ̀. Women attack all of them. Kí ni ẹsẹ̀ ìṣòfò tó wá gbé sára rà? Kí ni ẹsẹ̀ ìṣòfò rà? Show help ẹ rà. Show help ẹ where your guy. This you do he help you. Ọ̀gá babaláwo he help you.
As we are watching those videos, I want us to take note of the faces because, like I said a couple of days ago, I was a bit confused because the faces in this video, where we have the full military and the security operatives, going through those that have been apprehended, then another images came out that gave us concern when the Nigeria Army released their own statement through Onyema Inwachuku, the Major General and the Director Army Public Relations, on the 13th of April 2024. It seems that from this, we end up having these, then we now have these, which is called the National Gallant Civil Squad. What has the NGCS, the National Gallant Civil Squad, got to do with the attack of this picture and this? This I will explain to us, but it seems that, like I said, I have a better image that have been carefully edited for me through the KOIKIMEDIA backup team. So let us watch these because these has more understanding because that's been well zoomed. So let us watch this. So what you are seeing right now, take note of the faces, the images. We know that there are so many people that must have went into Agodi, but what I don't understand is so if you look at those images here, you can see it very well as we are able to zoom into each of those images. They have the Yoruba flag, but again, these are not representing under the leadership of Professor Adebanji Akintoye. Now, let's leave that alone. Let's come back out. I'm not sure if this was also, so I think. So what I'm trying to bring up to you now, let's come back here. These images, right? These images. Now, let's listen to these to find out why there was a mix-up with the National Gallant Civil Squad with those that attended or attacked Agodi Secretariat. I'm going to mute my mic and we're going to listen to this again now.
Àwọn tí ẹ̀ ń wò yìí NGOs tí wọ́n dá sílẹ̀ láti máa gbèjà aráàlú láti máa mú ètò ààbò dúró déédéé ní ilẹ̀ wa wọ́n pè ní NGCS, National Gallant Civil Squad ní orúkọ wọn, National Gallant Civil Squad. Iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n ṣe òun náà ni wọ́n kọ síbí: security of life and properties, security training in a legal way, bodyguard, corporate events, protocol, escort duties, security investigation, security consultancy, chieftaincy title, crowd control, peace enhancement àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ohun tí wọ́n wà fún nìyẹn so ẹni ọ̀gá wọn pátápátá lélẹ́yìí ọ̀gá wọn pátápátá rẹ̀ kí lórúkọ rẹ̀ tó lọ school kí ni qualification rẹ̀. Oh God, okay. Nínú ẹ̀kọ́ orúkọ ẹ̀. Olúgbèmí Michael. Òun ló dá ẹgbẹ́ àbí? Òun ló dá sílẹ̀. Olúgbèmí Michael yìí, yúnífọ̀mù wọn, wọ́n ṣàlàyé nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀. Àwọn tí ẹ̀ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń wò wọ́n yìí, àwọn ní báyìí o. Tẹ́ bá wò lánàá, tí wọ́n ní wọ́n wá da secretariat rú àwọn tí ẹ rí àwọn lélẹ́yìí o wọ́n ní àwọn kan tí Dúpẹ́ Onítìrí tó ń léwájú nínú àwọn tó ń agitate fún Yorùbá nation àwọn tí Dúpẹ́ Onítìrí tó léwájú wọn àwọn ni wọ́n wọ secretariat ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ láàárọ̀ àná tí wọ́n lọ sí House of Assembly wọ́n yọ àsíá orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà kúrò wọ́n gbé àsíá Yorùbá nation tí wọ́n sí ẹ jẹ́ ká máa kó tẹ̀ Yorùbá nation èyí tá à ń sọ yìí kì í ṣe Yorùbá nation ti Sunday Igboho Yorùbá nation ti àwọn Dúpẹ́ Onítìrí ni àwọn ọmọ náà àmọ́ tí wọ́n mú yó àmọ́ tí wọ́n jẹ yó pẹ̀lú wọ́n wọ inú ọgbà secretariat wọ́n na ọwọ́ ìbọn sí àwọn Àmọ̀tẹ́kùn kódà wọ́n nawọ́ ọ̀bọ̀n sí ọlọ́pàá kó tó di pé apá ọlọ́pàá ká wọn a kí àwọn ọlọ́pàá wọn kúṣẹ́ takuntakun ṣùgbọ́n ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ kan wá ṣẹlẹ̀ tó jẹ́ ká wá sójú wòran wa ó náà ni pé nígbà tí a bá fẹ́ justice kí ló máa ń fà tètò ìdájọ́ máa ń falẹ̀ díẹ̀ ní ìwádìí láti mọ́ gbẹ̀bí faláre láti mọ́ fìyà jẹ tí ò yẹ kíyà ó jẹ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ìbínú wa ṣe dùn tó pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ tọ́lọ́pàá ṣe lánàá àtàwọn operation burst àtàwọn sọ́jà bínú wa ṣe dùn tó èyí tó ń dùn wá lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí tó ń bà wá nú jẹ́ ni pé nọ́mbà tí wọ́n fi síta pé àwọn kó inú àwọn agitators yẹn àwọn ọ̀daràn let's put it that way àwọn ọ̀daràn yẹn torí pé àwọn original agitators wọ́n fi yé wa pé ọ̀daràn làwọn yẹn pé àwọn kó ó dàbí pé fígọ̀ yẹn ó dàbí pé ó ní clause díẹ̀ o fígọ̀ yẹn need adjustment láti mọ̀ wípé lódodo ọ̀daràn ni wọ́n kó lóòótọ́ wọ́n ti pàréèdì wọn fine bá àwọn tí wọ́n pàréèdì tá a fi hàn yìí ẹja gbọ́ lẹ́nu ẹgbẹ́ wọn kí tí wọ́n wà fún ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ o ta ni ó sọ̀rọ̀ ní tí ó sọ̀rọ̀ sókè ok.
orúkọ mi ni Ibrahim Samuel Yanolu
sọ̀rọ̀ sókè láàrin
Ibrahim Samuel Yanoluwa àwọn civil defence ni wọ́n wá sí ọ̀dọ̀ wa lánàá wọ́n wá kó wa táìmù tó wọ́n á ń bọ̀.
kí ni wọ́n wá kó yín fún.
wọ́n wá kó wa fún uniform wípé àwọn uniform yìí ìyẹn wọ́n wá ní ká pa àwọn ọ̀gá wa bàtà wá pa àwọn ọ̀gá wa táìmù tó wọ́n á ń bọ̀ yẹn ni ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀ tí wọ́n wá kó lọ sí operation boss office.
kí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ wo ló ṣẹlẹ̀ báwo ló ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ bí amukun mẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yìí.
àwọn operation boss àwọn ní pé ara àwọn ni wọ́n wà wọ́n ní ara àwọn lọ́wọ́ àwọn operation boss ni.
wọ́n wà lọ́fíìsì táìmù yẹn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo wà lọ́fíìsì táìmù yẹn wọ́n wà lára àwọn tó kó.
wọ́n lára àwọn tó kó tó fẹ́ wá gbà lẹ̀.
wọ́n wà lára àwọn tó kó tó fẹ́ wá gbà lẹ̀ táìmù yẹn.
nítorí lè ṣẹlẹ̀ ní kò lè compose ara ẹ̀ mọ́ wàhálà yẹn ti pọ̀ jù inú ìbànújẹ́ ló ń gan wà torí pé inú àwọn tọ́gà wọn fẹ́ wá gbà lẹ̀ tí wàhálà fi dé òun ni so ẹ má máa ń dẹ̀ wọ́n ti ṣàlàyé fún mi màá tún ràn lọ́wọ́. àwọn civil defence wọ́n lọ bá wọn ní ọ́fíìsì wọn tá a bá wo aṣọ yìí dáadáa ó jọ ti civil defence lóòótọ́ àwọn civil defence ni wọ́n ṣe láti máa lorú aṣọ àwọn wọ́n kó wọn lára àwọn tí wọ́n kó ní ọkùnrin ìgbà tí wọ́n kó wọn lọ́fíìsì wọn wọ́n ní ẹ pé àwọn ọ̀gá yín kán máa bọ̀ láti wá gbà yín lẹ̀ wọ́n fẹ́ bá àwọn ọ̀gá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọ̀gá wọn gbéra láti Yemẹtu wọ́n kóra wọn jọ àwọn ń bọ̀ wá sí ọ́fíìsì civil defence tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ Ministry of Environment wọ́n àgbáwájú main secretariat kọjá iwájú secretariat dẹ̀ ni wàhálà ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ àsìkò ìgbà náà táwọn gbéra tí wọ́n ń bọ̀ àwọn ò mọ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní secretariat àsìkò ìgbà yẹn àwọn operation burst wọ́n ti débẹ̀ àwọn ọlọ́pàá wọ́n ti reinforce nítorí pé àwọn ará bí nàbọn sí àwọn tí wọ́n bá ń bẹ̀ kódà sójà tí wọ́n bá ń bẹ̀ wọ́n ní kó jókòó wọ́n nàbọn sí so àsìkò gbà yẹn làwọn èèyàn àwọn ọ̀gá àwọn eléyìí wá ń bọ̀ àwọn ọmọ tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú mọ́tò wọn bá ṣe ń bọ̀ àwọn operation burst wọ́n ti ń ransack àwọn tí wọ́n bá rí wọ́n ti ń mú àwọn tó ṣe kínní tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ wo fìlà yìí fìlà pupa ni àwọn tó dẹ̀ wá operate ńbẹ̀ yẹn fìlà pupa náà ni wọ́n dé wọ́n dẹ̀.
All right, so just to explain to some of us that are following, the development before we move away from these, you will realize that what happened from what you saw, what you've listened to in that Dr. Yomi Amzad, the security operatives have literally picked people that have nothing connected to the attack by those that have no connection with us, the Yoruba self-determination as well. We hope that this will be resolved, but we just wanted to clear the air. Like I said, that seems what we saw on Saturday is a complete with the situation this morning. So once again, kudos to Dr. Yomi Amzad for bringing this on as quickly as possible so that there will not be a mixed up. And I'll be following development from that. So innocent people already have been picked up and linked with the attack, and they have nothing to do with that. I'm going to move away from all that because I have so much to cover this morning. Because when some of those that have come back to us and say, since you have not come in support of what these particular group have done, I've seen that in the last couple of days, even those that believe in Baba Akintoye are now also changing their heart. Those that even believe in IGBOHO are also coming out to say that this particular group under Dupe Onitiri have done something marvelous, something fantastic. And those of us that refuse to support this particular evil act are now the ones that doesn't want Yoruba people to be free. The question first is that right? All these I will be able to argue with some of my analysis this morning from the point of where we are and from the point of where we are heading to. First and foremost, let's go back to Professor Adebanji Akintoye speech directed to the media and international community yesterday. The message was clear as possible. And the message stated, bear with me. The message was very, very clear. If you look at that message, which is now in front of you, and if you go towards the end the end of the paragraph, it stated clearly, while the incident was ongoing. No, not that. Let's go towards the end paragraph. The one highlighted. We stand as Yoruba nation. Our self-determination is an inalienable right in which Nigerian government is a signatory to the same under the United Nations Charter. That is where I will be taking us to start with. Let's now go into what Baba Akintoye said, whether there is a right that is confirming what Baba Akintoye said. And I've been able to come up with those information for many of us that are watching us this morning. So let me come back to the screen again. So if you go and follow this particular United Nations Refugee Agency link, it goes like this. Nigeria Act number 2 of 1983, African Charter on Human and People's Rights, Ratification and Enforcement Act. This was a document that was dated the 17th of March 1983. Let's read through a little bit to find out whether our right for asking for self-determination is something that the Nigerian government signed to. Human and People's Rights, African Charter, Chapter A9, Chapter 10 LFN 1990, Number 2 of 1983, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 1990, Arrangement of Sections, Number 1, Enforcement of Provisions of African Charter on Human and People's Rights. 2. Short title schedule, text of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Chapter A9, Number 2 of 1983, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 1990. An act to enable effect to be given in the Federal Republic of Nigeria to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights made in Banjul on the 19th day of January 1981, said charter. And whereas it is necessary and expedient to make legislative provision for the enforcement in Nigeria of the said charter by way of an act of National Assembly. Number 1, as from the commencement of this act, the provisions of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which are set out in the schedule to this act, shall subject, as thereunder provided, a force of law in Nigeria and shall be given full recognition and effect, and be applied by all authorities and persons exercising legislative and executive or judicial powers in Nigeria. Number 2, this act may be cited as the African Charter on Human and People's Rights Ratification and Enforcement Act. African Charter on Human and People's Rights Preamble, Part 1, Rights and Duties, Chapter 1, Human and People's Rights, Part 2, Measures of Safeguard, Chapter 1, Establishment and Organization of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Chapter 2, Mandate of the Commission, Chapter 3, Procedure of the Commission, Communications from States, Other Communication. The preamble, the African state members of the Organization of the African Unity Parties to the present convention entitled African Charter on Human and People's Rights, recalling decisions 115 of the Assembly of the Heads of State and the Government at its 16th ordinary session held in Monrovia, Liberia, from the 17th to the 20th of July 1979, on the preparation of a preliminary draft on an African Charter on Human and People's Rights, providing inter alia for the establishment of bodies to promote and protect human and people's fight. What we are fighting for is a right. It's not just a right, it's a right under the African Union. It's also a right under the United Nations Charter. So if anybody is saying that the Yoruba people do not have a right to self-determination, we have that right, and that right will be respected. Considering the Charter of the Organization of the African Unity, which stipulates that freedom, equality, justice, and dignity are essential objectives for the achievement of the legitimate aspiration of the African peoples, reaffirming the pledge that they've solemnly made in Article 2 of the said charter to eradicate all forms of colonialism from Africa to coordinate and intensify their cooperation and efforts to achieve a better life for the peoples of Africa and to promote international cooperation having due regard to the Charter of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now, let's go back to the Nigerian Constitution. The Nigerian Constitution stated clearly that there is what they call the fundamental human right of Nigerian and also the universal human right, which also is out there. The Nigerian have under section 33 to section 46, chapter 4 of the Nigerian Constitution is dedicated to the fundamental human right of a Nigerian from section 33 to section 46. By this definition, every individual holding Nigerian citizenship as recognized in the Nigerian Constitution is inherently entitled to these fundamental rights. And as I'm going to be reading this right to many Nigerians this morning, I want you to ask yourself truly whether this right that is even enshrined in this constitution, even though we know that the constitution itself is a military decree, is a fraudulent constitution. But for the argument's sake, the right that I'm going to be reading to you, you might just want to write in the comment section which of this right apply to you, your family, your neighbors, and many future generations that you expect to remain as one entity known as Nigeria. While the United Nations has its Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Nigeria has its own rights under that fraudulent constitution, but there is another human right under the Universal Declaration as well that is expected to be universal to all humans. Many of us are humans, but in the present day Nigeria, you are all classified as animals. You are not classified as humans because humans are meant to be treated. And I will be able to prove that even the animals in this particular video that we're going to watch briefly, which I just, and I use the word just, came across only this morning. This video was 1 year ago. It has been watched about 9.8 million. What you are about, for those that are not watching us, because some of you are listening to us, so what I'm about to play is a porcupine. Porcupine is an animal. Let's first find out the meaning and what part of animal these are. The images, for those of you that are watching us, this is what you're about to watch now. This is an animal. In that video, both parents of these porcupine, spelled as P-O-R-C-U-P-I-N-E, Papa, Oscar, Romeo, Charlie, Uniform, Papa, India, November, Echo. What kind of animal is this? It's like a rodent, and you can hear that porcupines are larger rodents with coat of sharp spines or quills that protect them against protection. People that wants to, and the other animal that wants to attack them. The term covers two families of animals. The old word porcupines of the family as Tricidia, and the new word porcupines of the family Sontia. Now, what I'm about to show you is whether you, as a Nigerian, we should continue to classify you as animals, because we expect the Nigeria Constitution that says clearly that you have rights, and I'll be giving you those rights. But these animals, or this particular animal, protect their babies from a leopard that wanted to attack. Let's watch this video. I do not own the copyright I will mute the mic, but I will be making some voiceover from here. So that is the leopard coming to attack. Now let's see. You can see that the Pocopians started making what they call a defensive. They are literally trying to protect the little one. This is what we have said, that you've not been able to be protected in Nigeria from this. What you are watching right now was captured live a year ago. And as you can see, the leopard eventually felt there is no way it can capture the babies. It then noticed another danger, and it then walk away back into the forest. That is just a clear example that many of you will die in Nigeria if you continue to defend that crazy country. Now, let me read your rights to you as Nigerians and tell me whether this fundamental human right is working for you as Nigerian today in 2024, in the last 64 years of the madness created by British for their own purpose. Fundamental Human Right of a Nigerian, Chapter 4 of the Nigerian Constitution. And if you want a copy of the Constitution of Nigeria, we've been able to upload it this morning on the KOIKIMEDIA website. Also, the speech of Baba Akintoye, you can also get that. There's a lot of things that you can get from my website, which is www.3w.koikimedia.com. In there, you go on the Yoruba document files, or you go on the Yoruba Nation. There's so much for you to download. It's free. The statement this morning that I read is right there. There's other things that you can read. There's Article 51, the Chapter of the United Nations. There is also the Universal Declaration. The Yoruba Nation chooses the noble path, and so much and so forth. Let's make a slave. There's a lot of document that you can keep you going. Once again, my name is Oluwole Koiki, and this is Koiki Media, live from London at 7 minutes past 7 a.m. this morning. Fundamental Human Right of a Nigerian, Chapter 4 of the Nigerian Constitution. Right to life. Each one that you think works with you, you can put the number down. If you think that you have right to life in Nigeria, just say number 1. And if you think that you don't have right to life, you can also put it down in the comment section. Number 1. Right to life. Number 2, right to dignity of human persons. Number 3, right to personal liberty. Number 4, right to fair hearing. Number 5, right to private and family life. Number 6, right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. Number 7, right to freedom of expression and the press. Number 9, right to freedom of movement. Number 10, right to freedom from discrimination. Number 11, right to acquire and own inviolable property. Number 12, compulsory acquisition of property. Number 13, restriction on and derogation from fundamental human rights. Number 14, special jurisdiction of High Court and legal aid. Now, let's ask ourselves questions. 14 rights. Do you believe that any of these rights works for you? Yes or no? Do you believe that all these fundamental human rights that I've just read works for you, or is going to work for you, or it is going to be able to work for you? Should we continue to work with this constitution, which stated clearly that we have those rights? I can tell you that, number 1, right to life. Many of you were massacred and killed during the NSAS. Your life means nothing to any of your politicians and the security agencies because you've never been given the right to life. I can give you instances and instances of names of people that have been killed, from Funmilayo Ransome-Kuti. Her life was removed because she was not going to accept the shenanigans of the military regime. She was thrown from the balcony of her house. Fela Anikulapo Kuti property was burnt down. So it is not just happening today. So if some of you think that, what we witnessed when IGBOHO house was attacked, when Nnamdi Kanu's house was attacked, when Sowore was almost killed, it is not happening today. It is because Nigeria is not designed to maintain your right to life. If you allow us to remain as Nigerians, your right to life will be taken away from you, even at the slightest point. As much as those that have died, we can only pray for their soul. The right to life was removed when the DSS, the machineries, the every Fulani, and those that went into Oluwole residence on the 1st of July 2021. The life of 2 innocent Yoruba people were removed, and as we speak today, their bodies have not yet been returned to their family for a proper burial. So when some of you that come up and try to argue that we should remain and keep Nigeria, my first question to you is, do you have right to life in Nigeria? Your politicians have literally removed the right to your life by not just giving you peanuts. They've made your life ungovernable, uncomfortable, and nothing is going to change regardless of who is in power. Let's look at the number 2. Right to dignity of human persons. Many of you have been asked to open your mobile phone, which automatically means that your right to dignity has been stripped. Yes, there is crime all over the world, but there is also a way to detect crime. But a country where innocent Nigerians, because of their dreadlocks, because of their outfit, and even the dignity of a human person was removed when Sokoto State decided to kill a Christian because she believed in her faith. And I'm sure you know the person I'm talking about. The young girl that was killed because of her, I believe, as a Christian. As at yesterday, I will not be able to show you those images. It's on my Twitter handle known as X today. Massacre of the Christian continue. Life is not anything new because Nigeria does not respect your life. It will take that life from you without even asking. Let's look at number 3, right to personal liberty. I'd like to go into what is liberty. So we go on the English dictionary and find the meaning of the word liberty. Lima, Indigo, Bravo, Echo, Romeo, Tango, Yankee. Liberty. It literally also means the freedom to live as you. My question this morning to many Nigerians is, are you living that world? Are you living that life? Are you living with having that liberty as a true indigenous, as you call yourself? Because we know that there's nothing called Nigeria, but your argument is Nigeria is already a country and we must maintain it, we must keep it together. And I can tell you the bigotry that goes on and on the social media. Let me give you this tweet that came out from this platform known as Obi of Akwa Ibom. Obi of Akwa Ibom posted something yesterday at exactly 10:56 a.m. It has been viewed as almost 16,000 view. And this is what was written. I don't know whether it's a woman or a man behind Obi of Akwa Ibom, but this is what was written. Yorubas were one peaceful, but bigotry has eaten deep into this set of Tinubu supporters. Yorubas don't hate, but now hatred is part of them, sadly, but there is still a lot of good ones out there. You can see that as much as we want to live together, we will not be able to live as one because we do not have the same ideology. We are not the same. We are different people, but forced to live together. And I can tell you that has generated some conversation. Let's listen to some of those that responded back under that tweet. Okay, Olumide Ogunleye said, don't get used to this Yoruba version. It is still in its 1.0 stage. We are upgrading soon. By the time we reach 10.0, una go sabi say we no send una at all. I live and let live. You come for us in any way, shape or form, we will retaliate with unequal proportion. Obioba Kwaibom says, oh, Nikure. Again, Kaipe says, Yoruba were peaceful until the last year. Right. I wonder what was introduced last year. Obi Akwaibom with a smile. Abigail Mary 900. You are better carry yourself away and the Mochono Nyanya victimhood and gaslighted. Obi of Akwaibom put a cry in the comment. Black African says, and you guys took them for granted. Obi of Akwaibom say, no election brought the worst in them. Omoba Adeleye Tolu says, I can assure you it is those batty idiots, and they are few but lousy. Obi of Akwaibom say, I live in the midst of the Yorubas all my life, from the birth till date. I have never seen this kind of hatred and bigotry. They even taught me how to be respectful and honorable as their culture demands. Brother, I am surprised at what is happening and marvel at what happened to them. I'll take two more comments and then we'll move on swiftly. Genius says, Obi, my president, honestly, see how they're attacking you on the comment section. We go give them back to back with no mercy, with full ground. Frankly, Ayodeji say, the Omoluabis are top-notch people. Tinubu and his gangs are not Yoruba. They hate anything good. So you can tell that as much as many of you might not understand that we want to live as one country, but that is not just going to work. It is important that we allow Nigeria to dissolve before it becomes what you don't want it to be. So let's come back to the number 3 of the Nigerian Constitution, giving us whether we have the right to personal liberty. Personal liberty. If I want to dress as whatever I feel, you might not be able to do so if you live in another part of Nigeria today. You will not be allowed to wear jeans, and I'm not making this up, in Ilorin, because they believe that Islam does not allow a female to put on a jeans. If you're living in the southeast, you might also not be given some privilege. The same thing in the southwest. But what we are saying is that our freedom has been removed from us, but many of you are living in denial. But until you wake up, you realize that you don't have liberty in Nigeria, even though the Nigerian Constitution under Chapter 4 stated that you have the right to personal liberty. That, for me, is not there. So liberty literally means freedom to live as you, the freedom to live as you wish or go where you want. For most citizens, liberty means the freedom to practice their religious or political beliefs. Hundreds of political prisoners are to be given their liberty. So liberty is the state of being free within the society. The reason why we have liberty in UK, even though your right to freedom of speech has some limits, but you have liberty. If you think that you want to just put on whatever outfit, whether it's a military camouflage, whether it's without Ajala, even as we speak today, some countries, European countries, people are now coming out, without putting on a bra. And I'm not making this up, but I'm not going to show you that. You can Google that yourself. Let's move swiftly because I still have some good areas that we want to talk about. Let's look at right to fair hearing. Give me names of cases that have happened in Nigeria where you think that there's a fair hearing. Even if you are a criminal, many of you and some of you have done it, or some of you have witnessed it. Jungle justice. There will not be jungle justice in UK, but everybody will be given right to fair hearing. And I can tell you that next year, I will be returning back to court to witness Alison Madueke, as she is currently being kept. And I'm talking about Daisy. I met her for the very first time after she was brought to the court in the UK. Alison Madueke will return back to the UK, to the court next year, as she's still under a probe. She will not be able to leave her house between 10 p.m. I guess, I think either 10, 11 p.m. up to 6 a.m. because she's got an electronic tag on her leg. She would also not be able to travel because she's a flight risk, but she will be given opportunity as someone that have been, according to the NCA, the National Crime Agency in UK, that and this is my report on it after we came back from the court. The UK adjourned the hearing on the ex-Nigerian minister case to 2025. The court hearing involving former Nigerian Minister of Petroleum Resources, Dezani Alison Madueke in the United Kingdom over bribery allegation has been adjourned. Alison Madueke, the first female president of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, is on trial for allegedly, she's not yet been confirmed. It is still an alleged for accepting a £100,000 bribe. At the Westminster Magistrate Court, which I attended, we saw that on the 2nd of October, Michael Snow, the district judge at the Westminster, said to Alison, we will need £70,000 to give you a bill. That money, I can tell you, was paid. I was there throughout the whole day. She couldn't come out of the court until the money was finalized and deposited before she was allowed to go home. And on electronic tag, she will not leave her house, and her passport have also been taken from her. Why am I using Alison Madueke? Many of you knows the criminal politicians that have stolen so much wealth, but you see them, you praise them. We don't condone crime, but the ones that steal puff, you will do jungle justice and punt them down straight away without giving them a fair hearing. Everybody has the right to fair hearing. I don't know whether you agree or disagree that in Nigeria today, you do not have a fair hearing. Let's go to number 5, the right to private and family life. I can tell you personally, I have made use of these as part of my stay in UK. The right to private and family life. I told the UK system I'm not going back to Nigeria because I have a family that lives here. And my family, I'm talking about not just my wife and my children, but my mom. And for 15 years, we were fighting that. And at some point, the UK accepted that I have private and family life. You as a citizen in Nigeria, I can tell you, you do not have same rights as I have done in this country. Number 6, right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. Our thought is that we don't want Nigeria, but the Nigerian government will not want to accept that. Consciousness, religion. We now have fanatics Muslims, not just in the north. You can see them slightly coming into the southwest. We have fanatic Christians. We have those that are also traditionalists that are fanatics. You live in Europe, you would respect every religion, regardless of whether you are even a non-religious person. You will not go into the council and pray as a Christian or Muslim. It is not allowed in UK. Some have done it before, they've been sacked. You will not walk in the hospital ward and be calling Jesus Christ. You are likely to be sacked. You keep your Jesus in your own pocket. Don't bring that to the world because I have an atheist that doesn't believe in Jesus Christ. This means that you do not have the right to freedom of religion, even though we have one of the biggest churches and mosques in Nigeria today. Number 7, right to freedom of expression and the press. At the beginning of the broadcast, we'll listen to this. Just to buttress it, let's listen to that again. And this is the iconic person that we love so much, Professor Wole Soyinka. This was sometime 2021 when he spoke when Buhari, the evil former president that doesn't respect the press, did a lot of things. Let's listen to the beginning before we move swiftly again.
It's still decree number 4. And I believe that this parallelism was pointed out at the time when the so-called regulation was passed. Various media, I remember The Guardian was one of them, which said there's just decree number 4 by other means. But now we've been watching the play of this, the interventions, using a spearhead this decree. And so I think nobody's left in any doubt that both the spirit and the letter of this Broadcasting Commission decree have indicated clearly where the freedom of expression is being taken, and it should be stopped as quickly as possible. I think all of you have, I don't know if you've seen this letter, which was sent by the National Broadcasting Commission to Channel TV. It just happens to be channels, it could be anyone, it's been others as well. But this for me is the first time I've actually seen an example of the kind of query that the media is getting. Yeah, just take one or two examples. Here's it's titled Notice of Infraction. And section, the broadcaster shall ensure that its presenter shall handle with professionalism and sound judgment to ensure, etc., etc. Professionalism, sound judgment, who decides that? Is a National Broadcasting Commission mass communication forum, you know, is it judging people's papers? Is it setting examination? Says you haven't shown sound judgment. I mean, who's the impartial arbiter? Who's the expert who decides things like that? And so on and so forth. I mean, this is one of the most astounding, semi-literate kind of official query letter I've ever seen. And I wish to exhort the media, whenever they get letters like this, I know you have problems, you have your commission, you have your board of trustees, they tell you what to do and so on, but wherever possible, if only symbolically, you know, please just throw it into the garbage pan, whatever you are, which I press. Could you bring something there? This kind of query, this is where it belongs.
Well, that is where it belongs. Nigerian Constitution also belongs in the bin. Let's move swiftly because we still have areas to cover. Let's move swiftly. We know that there is no freedom of expression and the press. We've seen that as many press have been killed. Up to date, nobody knows where Daddy Yati is today. And we also expect that the right to lawful burial of Afar and Adogon, both family men in the UK, it is an offense to not allow for a lawful burial. Right to peaceful assembly. Peaceful assembly and association. What association? Yoruba Nation. What association? Biafra Nation. What association? Arewa Nation. What association? Ijaw Nation. But the problem is that each time this assembly occurs, there is always an attack and blood and killings. Why is that? Because your constitution stated clearly that you have the right to peaceful assembly and association. IGBOHO has never massacred or killed anyone throughout our campaign trail. Yet, the Nigerian government have come hard on us. The question then is the constitution respecting the right to peaceful assembly and association? Right to freedom of movement. Well, your right have been restricted because many of you cannot move from point A to B because of the terrorists and the Boko Haram and the ISWAP and the jihadists that are currently in Nigeria. So I'm going to leave that. The last one I'll just use is the restriction on derogation from fundamental human rights. And we know that many of you will not enjoy this right. Now, the other one that covers it is the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That one have about 33. And I know that the Nigerian government 30 thereabout. I'm going to read it swiftly. But in as much as Nigerian government have not respected their own constitution, how do you think that they will respect the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights? But let's read through. Number 1, all humans are born free and equal in dignity and right. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. Number 2, everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedom set forth in this declaration without distinction of any kind, such as race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth or status. Furthermore, no distinction shall be made on the basis of the political, jurisdictional or international status of the country or the territory to which a person belongs, whether it be independent, trust, non-self-governing or under any other limitation of sovereignty. Number 3, everyone has the right to life, liberty and security of person. Number 4, no one shall be held in slavery or servitude, slavery, and the slave trade shall be prohibited in all their forms. Let's stick to number 4 as much as we can. Many of you in Nigeria today are still under slavery. Regardless of whether you think you are not, you are. The reason that is because the constitution that is guiding your president has not given you that right for some of the things that you want to do. You just want to live a normal life just like any of us does around the world in the 7 continents, but you can't. Even within Africa, you have already been classified as a slave just for holding a Nigerian passport. Many of you have traveled to other African countries, and the moment you say you are from Nigeria, you are automatically kept in the bin. Slave trade has expired. Slave trade was done on us for over 500 years, but many of you today do not understand that the reason why we are campaigning to exit Nigeria is so that we cannot be subjected to torture or the cruel, inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment, and that is number 5. So as much as you might think that you have not been a slave because you think that slave is done, is one of those things that have happened in the past, no, many of you are still slaves in what you call your country. Number 6, everyone has the right to recognition everywhere as a person before the law. And this is the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Number 7, all are equal before the law and are entitled without any discrimination to equal protection of the law, or all are entitled to equal protection. Why do you think that when Nigerians go out of Nigeria, the first thing they can claim is an asylum? And if you have a genuine case, you are likely to be given one. But today, as many of you in Nigeria, you are thinking that it will be a country that will work. So I'm going to move away from that because I still want to go to the East Timor, and I think that we're moving towards the 2 hours. Universal recognition of inalienable right to self-determination. Most effective way of guaranteeing fundamental freedom. If Yoruba people do not allow us to exit Nigeria, you will never, never, never have a fundamental freedom in that crazy country you call Nigeria. The shithole country that continue to take your life. And I'm not making this up. I'll repeat again. The United Nations says, and I quote, the universal recognition of an inalienable right to self-determination, most effective way of guaranteeing fundamental freedoms, according to the 3rd committee told. This was 6th of November 2012. Universal recognition of the inalienable right to self-determination was the most effective way the global community could guarantee protection of fundamental freedom. The question is, why have you not been given freedom in Nigeria? Is because Nigeria is not a country that respects the indigenous people. If Nigeria respected the indigenous people, you would also have enjoyed all the rights that I read out earlier in the course of the program. But you don't have the right to life, right to dignity of a person, right to personal liberty, right to fair hearing. Sometimes there is dispute between individuals. You take it to court, the court makes judgment. But in a country like Nigeria, you are not going to get justice. So when some of you say you are looking for justice for Mohbad, I wish you the best of luck. Keep trying, because we never got justice for Dele Giwa till date. They didn't get justice for the family of Anikulapo Kuti. I'm talking about the mother now, Funmilayo Ransome Kuti. How many people have died that we never got justice for? That you now think that you will get justice for the ones that have just occurred? It's because they are cabals, they are individuals behind some of these indigenous or criminal, I'll take that again. There are some individuals that are behind this crime. The crime against humanity, the crime against Mohbad, the crime against the Yorubas, the Igbos, the Hausas, the 250 ethnic groups put together. When some of you think that there is a country called Nigeria, and when we say that there is no country called Nigeria, some of you come back on a daily basis and say that you will work your ass to make sure that Nigeria is workable in your lifetime. Well, I'm sure your parents said the same thing, but the reason why you have not accepted the truth maybe is because you are still thinking this way. But let's listen to this.
There is no land called Nigeria. There is no language called Nigeria. There are no people called Nigerians. We are only deceiving ourselves. We are not Nigerian. Okay, where is Nigeria? Where is the land called Nigeria? What is the Nigerian language? We are nations that had been forced together to live in one pathetic country. So anybody who goes there today to say pray for Nigeria, that person is just deceiving himself, because the people who want to be that Nigeria had not sat down to agree if they want to be Nigeria.
Which is it for you, Dr. Obadiah? Do you think the government is unwilling or unable to protect the people of Southern Kaduna?
In fact, it is not only unable, it is unwilling, and we have good reason to feel that they are part and parcel of the killers. Let me make some revelations to you.
That's a very big allegation, Dr. Obadiah. The government is part and parcel of the killers.
Yes.
That's big.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. How would the government just say, oh, it is revenge killing and so on? Then you leave it there. Oh, because it is revenge killing and so on and so forth. The body language of this administration, the body language of the state government shows clearly that they have a hand in the killings. No doubt about it. Because, you see, General Abacha, and people don't give him his due. Do you think you would have tolerated such nonsense? And let me make some revelations, because some of us also have our own intelligence networks.
Okay.
Have met with some of the bandits. We have met with some of their high commanders. One or two who have repented. They have sat down with us, not once, not twice. They told us that one of the northern governors is the commander of Boko Haram in Nigeria. Boko Haram and the bandits are one and the same thing. They have a sophisticated network. During this lockdown, their planes were moving up and down as though there was no lockdown. Moving ammunitions, moving logistics, moving money, and distributing them in different parts of the country. They're already in the south, in the rainforest of the south. They're everywhere. They told us that when they finish these rural killings, they will move to phase 2. The phase 2 is they will go into the urban cities, going from house to house, killing prominent people. I can tell you, this is the game plan. By 2022, they want to start a civil war in Nigeria.
You need to know, it is not in their hands, because you know what? Power belongs to the people. Anything we want is what we're going to get.
Once again, I want to ask this. Do you think this dream is realizable without a war? And are you prepared to fight another war?
This dream can be realized without a war. And let me put it this way, as soon as the people, the various ethnic groups in Nigeria realize what Nigeria means to each and every ethnic group, they will subscribe to our position. So it is realizable without a war. Before the white man came, let me ask you this, because it's an interview, which means you can ask me questions and I can ask you. Before the white man came, was there any Nigeria? Before the white man came, did Nigeria exist? It's a simple question that I'm asking you. Dele, did Nigeria exist before?
It didn't, no.
It didn't exist. Then why are African people, black people dying over something that they did not create? Did any Yoruba man create Nigeria? The answer is no. No Igbo man created Nigeria. No Hausa man did. No Fulani man did. No Kanuri man did. No Jukun man did. When you come to Nigeria, it's always a debate about it is our turn. It is our turn. It is our turn to rule. Now, there are over 250 main ethnic groups in Nigeria. If you keep rotating the presidency every 8 years to each and every ethnic group, times 8 by 250, how many years are you going to get? So some people will die many times over. They will reincarnate many times.
Impediment to Yoruba development is the impediment to Odua development. Without Nigeria, we won't be where we are. 1962, we were far ahead of South Korea and North Korea. We were far ahead of China even. We had television before France. We had radio before South Africa. Now look at where we are today. I think it's a shame that even any Yoruba man can be talking about restructuring at this point in time. What are we restructuring? This country that is already shot to pieces? I don't think that's what we want. But they are always talking about giving Nigeria a chance. The patience of Yoruba with Nigeria has come to an end.
So I've just taken us through that again. If you ask yourself whether you have right to peaceful assembly, you will definitely know that you don't have it. We are moving swiftly because there is still an area that I want us to touch on, but I still want us to grab as much of the fundamental right, the inalienable right of those of us that are campaigning for the right to exit Nigeria in a peaceful manner. But countries that have gone out of another country that wants to suppress and keep them below par, how have they been able to come out? And that is where we're going to be moving swiftly to. That first come to these. Again, Article 20 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. We've talked about that. I've given you a brief understanding of that. Again, all people shall have the right to existence. They shall have the unquestionable and inalienable right to self-determination. I want us to take a picture of these, and when people say to you, oh, why is IGBOHO and Baba Akintoye, fighting, the government? No, we are not fighting the government. We are just saying that we Yorubas, we the people, want to have a right to existence. Echo, X-ray, India, Sarah, Tango, Echo, November, Charlie, Echo. Existence. And let's break it down quickly. What is full meaning of that word existence? Existence. Existence. The fact or state of living or having objective reality. Our objective will be respected. It will become reality, but not in the manner of Mrs. Modupe Onitiri that is trying to think that she can outshine, because we know that she's not one walking. There are Fulanis that are behind a mission. We want a proper existence, not the one that you will go to the secretariat. But many of you that have been part of the movement are now moving away because you believe that she has done something fantastic. But we are going to see whether the government will go after her as the government have come after us, even up to the extent of killing 2 innocent Yorubas when the evil sadist Buhari was in power. The bodies are still not being returned. Also, 28,000 Yoruba people died in the hand of Buhari in the government and Yemi Osinbajo as his vice. So the word existence is the reason why we want to come out of Nigeria. So when someone asks you, existence, what is the exact meaning of existence? Existence is the state of being real. Many of you are not real in Nigeria. You would love Nigeria because there is something that you might be doing between the political realms of affairs, and you want us to remain in what, like Nnamdi Kanu said, the white man created. We did not create Nigeria. Nigeria was never created through Jesus Christ. Nigeria was never created through Islam. Nigeria was never created through our traditional gods. And none of them were consulted. Nigeria was just created for what it is not meant to be. So there is nothing called existence in Nigeria. So what you have in Nigeria is a fake life. When we have Yoruba nation, you will have existence. You will be able to exist. That means that to be able to participate in reality. Many of you have participated in politics, but you end up being killed because your PVC means nothing to them. Many of you would think that the 2027, you'll be able to change the government back to a new one. You will still not be able to get the right participation. There's an election coming up in UK within the next couple of days or a couple of weeks. Next month, precisely. I will be engaged in voting without being intimidated, whether I vote for Conservative or Labour Party or Leave Them or as an independent party. We are voting for councillor. So May 2nd in UK, there's a big election coming up where we will decide. The London Mayor and the General Assembly is coming up. We will be electing people that we believe will keep us into the existence, but in Nigeria. So let's take us through. This is Croydon, one out of many London boroughs in the United Kingdom. There is 774 local government in Nigeria that care less about whether you exist or not. So when I tell you that you don't have existence in Nigeria, it's because those local government will not function. And they will not function because the constitution of Nigeria would not allow it to function. Your criminal governors from the southeast to the southwest to the middle belt will continue to get all the revenue coming as the state for the local government. The local government will not be given their full autonomy to operate. So the Mayor of London and the Greater London Assembly election is coming up on the 2nd of May 2024. The next Mayor of London, I would think whether I want to keep Sadiq Khan or use one ballot to get him out, because some of his policies have affected some of us as drivers. But in Nigeria, policies will affect you because you cannot make those changes using the ballot box. Ballot box will be snatched in Oshodi. Ballot box will be taken in Ojuelegba. Ballot box will be taken in the southeast, and the north will inflate their numbers, because that is exactly what the British did by making sure that the first censor was rigged. So as many of you want a better Nigeria, it is not going to happen. We are better off to dissolve Nigeria and go back and find our ways and create what will then give us existence. You will not find one if you're looking for it in Nigeria. You will struggle. Your parents struggle. Your grandparents struggle. We are currently struggling. Many of you will struggle. But look at this local government. Let's look at the website, www.croydon.gov.uk. You can literally do everything from council tenant to bill collection to report of an abuse of an adult. Many of you, there's a particular video I saw yesterday, we can show you, where a minor was abused by the adult. Benefits: adult health and social care, birth, death, marriage and citizenship, community and safety, children, young people and families. Report a concern about a child. There's so many child in that contraction that shouldn't be on the street selling guguru and pure water. But because most of you buy from them as well, sometimes you use them for your content because you think that is all a joke. If the system was working, if you use that for content in this country, you would also be going into a community problem. Businesses, license tenders, these are services provided by Croydon Council. Let's look at the total number of people living in Croydon today. So let's go to Croydon again. Croydon in UK. Croydon is a large town in the South London, England, about 9.3 miles south of Charing Cross. It's part of the London Borough of Croydon, a local government district of the Greater London. It is one of the largest commercial districts in the Greater London with an existence. The population is less than 500,000, but everybody is well documented. Many of you don't even know who lives close to you. That is why so much crime will continue. Nigeria is just not going to work, and you can do as much as you say, but you cannot fix Nigeria. As we move swiftly, because we are now going into the other areas, let's listen to this as part of the video to back the African Charter of Human and People's Rights. A very good morning to each and every one of you, and let's say welcome to the live transmission.
African Charter on Human and People's Rights, also known as the
Banjul Charter, is an international human rights instrument that is intended to promote and protect human rights and basic freedoms in the African continent. It emerged under the aegis of the Organization of African Unity, since replaced by the African Union, which at its 1979 Assembly of Heads of State and Government adopted a resolution calling for the creation of a committee of experts to draft a continent-wide human rights instrument, similar to those that already existed in YORUBA, European Convention on Human Rights, and the American Convention on Human Rights. This committee was duly set up, and it produced a draft that was unanimously approved at the OAU's 18th Assembly held in June 1981 in Nairobi, Kenya. Pursuant to its Article 63, whereby it was to come into force 3 months after the reception by the Secretary General of the Instruments of Ratification or adherence of a simple majority of the...
I've read it out already. It's just to get the video into it, so there's no point going into all those videos again. As we now take you to one particular area swiftly, then we move straight to East Timor. Bear with me because I want you to watch this particular video. It was generated on a particular blog known as Joe Blogs, 364,000 subscribers. Because he's an Englishman, I don't know, but because he's not like me in complexion, in color, that literally means that many of you have gone to watch it. But the same thing that we have stated here under the leadership of Prof Adebanji Akintoye, you remember when he says that the Nigerian economy is dead. The headline on this YouTube page says, Nigeria in deep trouble. I'm not going to use the full meaning, but it says WTF. What they? You know the last one. Don't ask me to recite that. What the F is going on with a question mark? Economy in crisis as the currency crashes and inflation soars. So this was produced by someone, I don't know what he talks about. I was just able to bounce into it as one at a time I do my research. A lot of comments have been underneath. About 114,000 people have literally watched it. I've shared the video already in terms of the link. That is if you follow me judicially. But if not, then I cannot help you. I will not play all the video. Please do not ask me because I don't own the copyright. But let's just take some time to listen to this man called Joe Blogs.
What's happening in Nigeria? Nigeria is a country located in West Africa that has one of the largest oil reserves out of any country in the world. So you might expect it to be an affluent nation doing very well for itself. But unfortunately, that's far from the truth, because right now there's an economic crisis going on in Nigeria. They've got rampant levels of inflation. The currency is one of the worst performing in the world over the last 12 months.
You can see that many, and I have to pause it because it's not my video, so that it doesn't, the YouTube doesn't pick as much, that I'm just making use of it without my own analysis on it. I have told you, but because I'm a Yoruba man, because Baba Akintoye is 89, maybe this man will be able to explain it better, or maybe because his English is much better than mine. The same thing that we have said continuously, that contraction is going down. Remember all the lies from Cardoso and those that think that they can still bring Nigeria back. Remember this, the CBN, some few weeks back, the president of the Bureau de Change, all the lies from Cardoso telling you that Nigeria is going to bounce back. I know it is not the news that you want to hear. Nigeria is going down, and it is going down very fast because we can now use our media right from anywhere around the world to give you a deceit, but most of you are just hypocrites. You do not want to accept the truth. Let's listen a little bit more from Joe Blog.
And we've now got high levels of poverty. Around 39% of the country are living on less than $2 a day. We've got food shortages, power outages, and there is a complete state of disarray all across the country.
Let's look at the meaning of disarray on the English dictionary. If somebody say disarray, what does that mean? What is the meaning?
Disarray.
Spelled as D-I-S-A-R-R-A-Y. I will go with this. Dr. India Sarah Alpha Romeo Romeo Alpha Yankee.
Disarray.
A state of disorganization or untidiness. Many of you want to tidy up Nigeria. You will be wasting your bloody hell time. Bear with me because I know I have an interview coming up in one of the radio stations in Nigeria. Hello, good morning. I'm on a live now. I know it's 9 o'clock. Is it? We're going on. That's fine. That's fine. No problem. All right then. All right, bye. Because I have some radio station that wants to interview me in Nigeria later on at 9 o'clock.
Disarray.
What is the meaning of
disarray?
Your country that you love so much, by this Oyibo man. No, not this one. This Oyibo man. Everything I have told you, he's just telling you in 27 minutes, and he has generated 114,000. Probably, maybe he also asked for requests for donation, just like I do. But you are not going to donate to me because you do not trust what we are saying. So when you don't understand the word
disarray,
it literally means
disarray.
Confusion. Get it. Nigeria is in confusion, and that is why everybody is now saying, let us allow it to dissolve peacefully, and that will be the best way. Disorder. Nigeria was or is in disarray. So we're going to move swiftly and listen to another few minutes of it, then I'm going to move swiftly to the next part of the program.
So what is going on in Nigeria? Why have they got themselves into this position? Well, in today's video, we'll go through all of the details. We'll have a look at their oil reserves and what's been going on with oil production, because their production doesn't match their level of reserves. We'll then talk about the new economic policies that were introduced by the president that was elected back in May 2023. He decided that radical change was needed in Nigeria to try to put the country onto an even keel. But unfortunately, so far, those new policies haven't had the desired effect. We'll have a look at what's going on with inflation and food inflation. We'll have a look at what's going on with the currency and talk about the 2 devaluations that have occurred over the past 12 months. We'll look at the debt situation because Nigeria has built up a huge amount of debt. We'll then talk about the population, because the country has one of the highest birth rates out of every country in the world, which means that the population is rapidly expanding. And then finally today I'll wrap up with my summary as to why I think the situation has got so bad in Nigeria and what's likely to happen over the course of the next 3 to 6 months. But before we get started on all of that, I'd like to say thank you so much to everyone that's supporting the channel. If you've bought me a coffee or sent me a YouTube super thanks, thank you so much for the time and effort that you've taken to do that. I really appreciate it. And if you've signed up as a long-term supporter of the channel, either through Patreon or YouTube,
that when we say support, it's just a normal thing if you think that what we are doing is what to support. We're going to move swiftly. You can go and find that video and watch the rest. I'm not going to play as much from that. Now, let's leave all the fundamental human rights. We've talked about that. We've talked about the Constitution. I will keep this for now, the United Nations Charter. And I want us to now focus on what is the meaning of this word self-governing.
Self-governing.
The America will say
self-governing.
So a country or an area that is self-governing is in control by the people living there. Yes, you have Yoruba governors, but we don't have a Yoruba country yet. What we want is to have our own self-governing. At the moment, there's a country called Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is a self-governing territory of the United States. The island are self-governing. And when we go into Puerto Rico is a Caribbean island, is an unincorporated U.S. territory with a landscape of mountains, waterfalls, and the Yucatan tropical rainforest. In San Juan, the capital, is the largest city. The Iso Verde area is known for its hotel strip, bar, beaches, casinos. It is the old San Juan neighborhood. The population is not up to Ogun State, 3.2 million, according to the World Bank. They have their own governor. They have their own calling code. They are also secession from Spain on the 10th of December 1898 rather. So when some of you keep coming back to say that the Yoruba people don't have the right, what right does Puerto Rico have to be self-governing less than 3 million people? We need a full autonomy plus self-reliance. Until many Yoruba understand these, that it is the only way out to have our freedom and be free, Nigeria will not give you that freedom. So I'm going to move that and leave that. I want us to listen to this a little bit as well.
Sometimes the only thing we're doing.
Nigeria, because Nigeria is a multicultural and multi-religious, a presidential system is the best situated, but we know that this is not going to work. Let's listen a little bit. These are the northern leaders, and this video was about a month ago. Arise Channels has the copyright. I'm just using it for educational purpose.
So glad to have you join us. Well, Kano elder statesman Aminu Ntata has thrown his weight behind calls for Nigeria to migrate from a presidential system of government to the parliamentary system of government because it is less expensive, according to him. Ntata spoke at his country home in Kano earlier today when he received 60 House of Representatives members advocating for the transition to a parliamentary system. Minority Leader of the House of Representatives, Kingsley Chinda, while soliciting the support of the elder statesman towards the project, said the country will be better off under a parliamentary system of government because there is more accountability under such a system by elected public office holders. Let's listen.
Obviously, parliamentary system is better for this country. In the simple words, that it is much cheaper and less cumbersome. Presidential system is very costly and very difficult to manage. So I'm praying Allah should give you the wisdom, should guide you to achieve this marvelous job you have taken to achieve for this country. The 60 people we have now, by the grace of God, we are going to continue to get more and more people to achieve what you are desirous for.
The way things are going, everybody is complaining. Nigerians are worried that the cost of governance is skyrocketing every other day, and there is no magic that the president or members of his team can work to cut down drastically this cost. Even where we say we are forgoing all our allowances, you will find out that it's just a drop in the ocean. One of the several solutions to our problem should be to take a system of government that is manageable to our system.
Well, that is all I want you to listen from that particular clip. Now, let's come to the real part, the other part that is interesting. Self-determination. How is it going to happen? By peace? What country have gone through a peaceful means of getting themselves out of another country? East Timor is the example I'm going to use this morning. And about 9 o'clock, hopefully we will still be on air. I will be connected to a particular radio station in Nigeria where an interview has been scheduled for me. It's called the Unique FM. So we have an hour, but I will try to put that interview in line with this. So some of you will be able to listen to it since I'm already live. So within an hour, we should be heading to Nigeria through an interview that is being prepared for me regarding what has happened in Ibadan over the weekend. Once again, if you are listening to us, we under the Yoruba Nation of Professor Adebanji Akintoye, the Yoruba Self-Determination Movement, and Dr. Chief Sunday IGBOHO have no affiliation, no connection with what Chief Mrs. Dupe Onitiri and our other colleagues have done in terms of proclaiming, declaring whatever they are doing. And please do not ask us to join them or support them. They are not working in line with us. We know that there's always an agenda or hidden one, which we understand that she is one of those working to derail the real movement that will liberate us from the contraction of the union forced on us in 1914 amalgamation. Now, let's go with this. East Timor, we've talked about them in the past, but it's good to do some refresher again. Let's start with this. On November 28, 1975, Franklin declared East Timor's independence, and likewise the establishment of the new Democratic Republic of East Timor. What do you think happened after that declaration in 1975? Do you think that after that declaration, everything went smoothly without any issue or problems? You don't make declaration if you don't have the means to defend and protect that declaration. It's a waste of time. You can always continue to ask for your freedom through as much of negotiation and also political effort with engaging the current government from the state to the level of the local government up to the federal. You can also, as we stated clearly, the role and the purpose of the YSDM, the aims and objectives of this particular organization that is in charge of the Yoruba people that wants to go. I am not talking about the Yoruba people that still doesn't want to go, hoping that APC will transform their lives, even as you heard from that English man, I don't know whether it's English or Australian, but says that Nigeria is in a big problem. The objective is to engage the Nigerian state using available instruments provided by the international law and legislation. I've explained that to you in the course of the first 2 hours. Engage the international communities through diplomacy, shared beliefs, and common interests. facilitate trust, respect, honest and open relation between Yoruba self-determination groups, work towards the common goal of independence for the Yoruba land, accelerate the process of the Yoruba self-determination. But let's go back to 1975. How did East Timor end up becoming a country? Was there any killing? Was it through diplomacy? Was diplomacy working? Did it fail? But in 1975, a declaration was made in East Timor. 2 days later, the UDP Apoditi coalition declared independence and integration with Indonesia. We then know that there's a lot of things that has happened. But let's watch this video. This video I'm about to show you indicate that if you are making a declaration without putting those effort behind it, it will derail, it will collapse, and the country that you are planning to come out from will come back for you in a big time. This comes in a bit of Portuguese, but I believe there's some English in it, so bear with us. But what I can tell you is that let's see if we can first translate these so that way when you listen to it without the translation, you will then have at least a bit of understanding. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to quickly do a Google translation to get the meaning of what we are about to listen to. So we're going to tell the Google to detect and send it as an English. So detect the language and give it back to me in English. Detect and give it back to me in English. Yeah. So the video I'm going to play, this is what it says exactly, okay? So in case you're wondering what they're saying, in case you don't hear the good English. November 28, 1975, Day of Proclamation of Independence of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. Day of Proclamation of Independence of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. 45 years ago. This was reported by Tony Smith. With no reaction from Lisbon and faced with the inevitability of massive Indonesia offensive, frankly decided to unilaterally proclaim on November 28, 1975, the independence of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. Francisco Livia do Amara was appointed president and Nicolau Lobato was appointed the prime minister. With this act, the Timor-Leste hoped to spark a reaction in the international community. Some states, including China, Cuba, Vietnam, and former Portuguese colonies, recognized independence. I want us to take note of that word. There were 5, at least 4, China, Cuba, Vietnam, and the former Portuguese colonies. So let's say 5 countries recognized that independence in 1975 of the Timor-Leste. So some of you that have come out to even argue that why have we not supported Dukboni? Where are those countries that she's been talking about, that she has been speaking to, that will back her up? Have she given you the names, even though she has proclaimed, even though she says she has brought in interim and they wanted to hijack the secretariat in Ibadan? Where are those countries to give her that backing that she will need now? Because you would expect that if history is going to be repeated, as she's saying, then why have we not been given those countries to back that legitimate independence that she's declaring? It shows that, like we say, it is all script behind the scene to give the image that she's doing something, but knowing fully well that they are working against the true movement of Professor Adebanji Akintoye. Because if she has been telling us for 2 years now that she has spoke to many countries, remember she says she writes letters all the time to countries around the world. By now, in less than 48 hours from today, when they went to secretariat, those countries should have been speaking to the Nigerian government and also be saying that we are aware of the new Democratic Republic of Yoruba that she's proclaiming. But even in 1975, when things were not even as visible as we have it today, we know that countries supported that independence of the East Timor in 1975. So what has made it different? You can see why we need to make sure that if you're going to make a declaration, you need those countries to also come out after your declaration to give that backing and support through financial or through military or whatever to give you that leverage. Because if you don't have the leverage against the country that you want to come out from, you will be massacred and you'll be killed, and you can also be facing a very serious trouble. So when those of you say IGBOHO and Akintoye and the Yoruba self-determination movement have not made a declaration, you do not make that declaration without having some countries to give you that backing when that is going to happen. So let's come back again to East Timor. 8:15 a.m. in London, 8:15 a.m. in Nigeria. My name is Koiki, the 15th of April 2024, and this is a live transmission. Again, in 1975, East Timor made that declaration. There were a couple of countries that supported them. China. If Yoruba people make a declaration through Akintoye and China give us the backing, that is a good leverage, because China also have a vote under the United Nations Security Council. If we have Russia, it's a good bonus. And if we have more African countries like Benin Republic, Togo, and many other African countries, it's a good bonus. But these discussions do not come to the open air. It has to be behind closed door until things are ready to be done. You don't bring names of countries that you're working with into the limelight. It will be already a derailed movement. But something happened in as much as countries were supporting East Timor for that independence. And the former Portuguese already recognized independence. But neither the United Nations nor other Western power recognized them as a new country. Hope you understand that. There were countries that supported and gave them the backing. But United Nations and other Western power did not recognize East Timor in 1975. But I can tell you that today, East Timor is now recognized as a country after going through more fighting, after going through more effort from 1975 when that first declaration came through. It took them another almost 30 years before they were able now to become a full independent country recognized by the United Nations. But at first, United Nations did not recognize them. So when some of you say, oh, but Akintoye, go and declare. Yes, countries will not accept it. United Nations will not accept it. But you must have some countries that are going to back it, because you cannot do it alone. There is no way that you can make a full declaration without a full support of at least a couple of countries around the world. And there are so many countries. Some will agree, while some will not agree. But neither the United Nations, and I'm just reading this because we're going to listen to the video in a minute, so it's just a translation of what we're about to listen to. But neither the United Nations nor any other Western power recognized the new country. On December 4, 1975, several Timor-Leste ministers, Joseph Ramos Horta, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mari Alcatire, Minister of Political Affairs, Rogario Lobato, Minister of Defense, left Dili by plane to try to obtain external support. So their ministers, as at the time, went out to see if they can get more support. In the absence of Lisbon reaction, and in the face of the inevitably of a massive Indonesia offensive, because after that declaration, there was a massive Indonesia offensive against Franklin decided to unilaterally proclaim the independence of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. What the federal government is going to do with Onitiri and her group, I don't know. But we are monitoring and waiting to see what they do, because at the end of the day, IGBOHO has not even done much of what they have done now, and IGBOHO was almost going to be executed because he was chasing those that wanted to kill us away from our forest. So I want us to listen and understand that it is not just to go and declare. It is not just to say, oh, we want to go. No, it has to be something that must be ready for that push. Because when that push comes out, it is the final straw. We saw that they've gone to secretariat. Nothing has happened, but that does not mean that they don't have any other plans in place. I am not in their group. I don't know what they are doing. But as at yesterday and today, we can see that it seems that Yoruba land is still not yet an independent country, because I can still see the Nigerian currency being used. I can still see our people respecting the Nigerian constitution. I can still see that the police in Nigeria are the one controlling the road traffic and everything. That is not a country that you declared and you are taking. So getting a country is not getting a fight because of your father's property that somebody wanted to take away from you. Now, let's watch the video since we've got a bit of understanding of this. And this is not my copy, it's just to use for this purpose. And just for me to quickly come in there, you can see that in 1975, those that wanted to make that declaration, they were not doing it in just 6 in numbers. They were out in full force, ready for what eventually became a massive attack from the Indonesian government. And you can see, this video is 1975. So if you're going to do anything in 2024, it has to be much more better and advanced than what happened in 1975, because you cannot afford and allow history to repeat itself. You make a declaration, you fail, it will be a total disaster. Let's go back and enjoy that soundtrack, and I believe somebody is going to be speaking later on as well.
In East Timor. When do you hope to talk with the Portuguese? We hope that the talking may take place at 20th this month. Whereabouts? About future problems concerning our country and our people. Will both the UDT and Aphrodite take part in these talks? Now we want to talk to the Portuguese government, and because we want to decide future. We are waiting for the Portuguese government to reply, as we can talk to the Portuguese government involved. But you want independence right now, don't you? As you know, since the beginning, we asked for 10 years' time, divided into 5, 3, and 2. But as the Portuguese government told us that it was impossible for Portugal to maintain such a long time in the colonization of East Timor on account of Portugal's economic situation, so we reduced the time to 5 years. 3-2. But even in this point, Portuguese government answered us that it was also quite impossible for them. So we reduced it for 3 years' time. Now, we hope that after our talking, we can agree with the Portuguese government as to obtain, if not 3 years' time, maybe 1 year's time for us.
If and when you do get independence, what help will you still want from Portugal?
We think Portugal, or we hope that Portugal will give some support to us. We are hoping in this place. But exactly what Portugal will do on our behalf, we are going to discuss it.
What do you think the biggest problem facing Fretland at the moment is?
At this moment, the biggest problem is the food and the clothes, mostly for the people in the areas bitterly treated by the war.
Do you think people are actually starving in the mountains?
Yes, in the areas like Mabisi and my own village cut to the sky, La Clover, even in Ermera, Likisa, all these areas, many people are now starving with food.
Well, have you asked the Australian government for help?
I made an appeal to the Red Cross, International Red Cross, for the supplies of food and the clothes. But up to now, I didn't get any answer yet. But I hope that Australian people and Australian organization, and even Australian government and other countries will give us some humanitarian help.
How long a period do you think you'd need the extra food for?
I think until the next crop, or maybe on the crop of the next year, 1975, because this year the time for to prepare the fields for the crops are still over already, and now the people are busy in fighting, so we could not prepare the fields to make our crops.
Yeah.
Well, you've listened to Franklin. That was 1975, or 74/75. And some of you that might not understand that, as much as you would exhaust everything when it comes to peace, to break away from a country, but it could also be a painful one. But the end result is always beautiful when you can then start feeling and understanding and seeing the freedom. What you are watching now, or what you're seeing right now, I have not played the video, is when Indonesia now accepted that East Timor should be given a referendum, and that referendum created this joy. Let's first watch this video. Follow follow the write-up underneath. This video was produced by United Nations Women Asia and Pacific last year, and the title says, "What does independent mean to women of Timor-Leste?" And I'm asking the Yoruba people, what would independent mean to you? You might not understand today because you might think that we are against you, our mothers, our sisters. You might think that what we are doing today is to destabilize the society. You might even think that what we are doing today is secessionist or terrorism. But I can tell you that 20 years after our independence will be achieved, you realize that the same thing that these women were suffering for. Remember that the video we just played earlier on, I've closed it, stated that they didn't have enough food to be prepared for next year because they were fighting war. So there must be enough food to survive us for the period of the time that we are going to make a full headway out. That is if it's going to go the other way around. But since it hasn't gone that other way around, everywhere is still calm. Nothing has happened. But those that are saying that, oh, you should go and follow that woman when you don't even know what is right behind what she's doing, it will be very stupid of us to accept such a nonsense declaration of her own. Even those that have every means to do so, and I'm talking about our other colleagues and brothers from the Biafra, they are still planning and preparing. You plan as much as you can. In 1975, they were planning, even though it failed. I will tell you how Indonesia government came back to attack them, but I don't want to give you those glory parts. I want to show you what freedom means after those chaotic situation that happened after Indonesia killed many of their citizens. So by the time you watch this and I take you to the next video, then you will not feel too uncomfortable. I want you to feel comfortable watching these because this is the final result of the freedom to the women of Timor-Leste. Many of our mothers today and sisters, brothers, uncles, fathers, you would all enjoy a country called Yoruba Kingdom, Yoruba Nation, Oduduwa Republic, whatever we decide to call it at the final stage. But the reason why you are not enjoying it now is because it is still going through that process. That process might be too slow for you, but remember what I just showed you now. In 1975, they were struggling for food. They called Australia. Australia did not listen to them. Red Cross literally ignored them. And there is not enough food to cover them. I don't know whether that is going to be the same if things doesn't work in the peaceful means for our own. But 21st century is different from 1975. Let's watch this. I do not own the copyright. It's just for the educational purpose. My name is Koiki. In 30 minutes, I'll be going to Nigeria where I have an interview and you might probably have opportunity to listen to that interview live and direct from here.
Libre. Sente seguro y a escola. Libre ocio violencia. Dame. Oportunidade para promover a cultura. Telejoga e a esportes saída de acesso a fato público. Sente seguro e marcado. Label é uma deles. Direito a negócio. É tão salário ne be hanesan homane.
Direito controla ao isi lolo.
Tá feito e é livre poti decisão. Livre. Sente seguro e a escola. Livre ocio violência. Dame. Oportunidade para promover a cultura. Telejoga e a esportes saída de acesso a fato público. Sente seguro e marcado. Label é uma deles. Direito a negócio. É tão salário ne be hanesan homane.
Direito controla ao isi lolo.
Tá feito e é livre poti decisão. Label é na barite. Diha direito barai. Direito a tarjeta de atendimento saúde na media. Direito a serviço em qualquer área. Oportunidade igual. Livre uso, assédio sexual e a serviço pago. Acesso ao mercado seguro. Independencia, kata, liberdade, bahema,
Sorry, I didn't realize that my mic was mute. I've come back. Sorry, I've just picked that up here. That's fine. It's not too late. I'm going to rewind it again. What does independent mean for women? Free, being safe in the school, free from violence, peace, more opportunity to promote our culture, free to play any sport, access to public space, being safe in the market, no more just being at home, right to business, equal salary to men, no more discrimination, right to body autonomy, put women in decision-making position, restricted to just caring, right to education, right to land ownership, right to have good health services, right to work anywhere, equal opportunity, free from sexual harassment at workplace, access to safe market, work freely, right to freedom, independent freedom means freedom for all. These are the final outcome of what people fought for and died for. So when some of you are coming out to attack us, this is going to be what you will enjoy by the time the final outcome is achieved. But this doesn't come easy without a big fight. It comes with a lot of decision making. What we can tell you is that this next video is from the Guardian newspaper. East Timor Independent, a short history of a long and brutal struggle. I decided not to show you the brutal side. Those of you that are listening to us on the MixLR, you have 10 minutes more to join us on the other platforms should you wish to continue on this particular program this morning. If I've shown you the brutal side, it could have been scary. Some of you will not feel comfortable. That is the reason why we decided to show you the first side. Also, let's look at, I don't know whether it is still the same, but I know as of 2 years ago, I believe it was. Can I come to UK from East Timor? Let's see what the UK government says. Listens, because the immigration rules changes all the time. But let's read what it says. You need a visa to come to UK to visit, study, or work. Okay, so as at the time we were doing this program some few years ago, it says that you can come to the UK, but again, like I said, the UK laws change frequently. The UK help and services to Timor-Leste. If you're visiting, studying, working, or living in Timor-Leste, including information about trading with or doing business, you will need a visa. Let's look at this way again. Does UK have any business relationship with this country? UK and East Timor. Business relationship. Okay. The total UK total UK import from East Timor is amounted to about 4 million as at Q3 2023, a decrease of 20% or about £1 million in current prices compared to the fourth quarter to the end of Q3 2022. So what is it that the UK is actually doing with East Timor in terms of business? Remember that this is a country with a population of, so when Yoruba people were saying that we can do business with UK in the future, many of you probably don't understand that it can be possible. Well, the population of East Timor is just 1.3 million. So when you look at the number of the population with the trade volume, you can tell that they cannot do as much as that. But according to the UK government, and I'm going from the Govt.uk for my reference in case you want to fact check. trade and investment fact sheet, East Timor. This fact sheet provides the latest statistics on trade and investment between the United Kingdom and East Timor. Remember that as of 1975, I don't know, but we know that some Western country refused to allow East Timor to become an independent country. But today, that has changed. What makes it change is because the push, the effort of those that believe in the freedom of their people. If they have sat back because some people say, oh, it's not going to be possible, we can't do it, then they will not be free to then be having a free business relationship with the United Kingdom. But when some of you say, let us save Nigeria, you will not even enjoy the business trade between Nigeria and UK. If Nigeria is split into multiple countries, UK will still have a cordial relationship business-wise with each of those countries, with their embassy and their citizens. But rather, the UK wants to remain working with one bloc on Nigeria, even though we know that they are part of the problem creating that country called Nigeria in the first place. So many Nigerians need to understand that it is not a problem to break away from a country. You will still have the same opportunity. We can still be asked to get a visa to UK as a Biafra, as a Yoruba or Arewa, but at least it's a start. And if your country becomes a very good country, your passport might literally bring you to UK without a visa. The question then is, what is difficult to understand in all this is what I don't understand. As at 21st of March 2024, which is just some few months back, date of the next planned release will be the 19th. So I'm expecting the UK to release another update within the next 4 days. Total trade and in goods and services, export plus import between the United Kingdom and the country that was in turmoil as at some 30, 40 years ago. Those of you on the MixLR, you have 5 more minutes before you join the other platforms where you can continue to watch the program. And thank you so much for those of you that are spending your time to listen to this education about total disintegration or de-amalgamation of a country called Nigeria. The UK and the East Timor was £43 million in the fourth quarter to the end of Q3 2023. It is a decrease of 40.3% or £29 million in the current price from the fourth quarters to the end of Q3 2022 of these £43 million. The total United Kingdom export to East Timor amounted to £39 million in the 4 quarters to the end of Q3 2023, a decrease of 41.8% or £28 million in the current prices compared to the 4 quarters or to the end of the Q3 2022. The total UK imports from East Timor amounted to £4 million, again to the end of the Q3 with a decrease of 20%, which is about £1 million in the current price compared to the 4 quarters. East Timor was UK's joint 181st largest trading partner in the 4 quarters to the end of Q3. In 2021, the outward stock of the foreign direct investment FDI from the UK in the East Timor was £7 million. Do you know what the Nigerian government wants me and you to be doing? Even though as diaspora we are not valued, they want us to keep sending that dollar back home because that helps the Nigerian system. And let's listen to this. This I just came across this morning. Let's listen to it in a minute. But it says that the diaspora Nigerians will begin to bring in more dollars into the market. It used to be 25 billion naira, but it went down to less than 20 billion in the last 2 years or so. This year, we should be able to breach that 25 billion naira and above. If you think about it, diaspora Nigerians' remittances are higher than the oil receipts. Do you get that? So what they are saying to me and you is that our own sweat, our own effort that is not even respected by the fraudulent constitution, it doesn't even allow diaspora to vote, but they prefer to have your money. So for every $1 you send back to Nigeria, the government is so excited. It is even much more than the oil receipt. Do you know why it is much more than the oil receipt? Because the oil is not giving the oil that is meant to be given the value has been corruptly diverted by the bunkeries, the Asari Dokubos, the Tompolos, and many of them that are working with the government for a very long time to make sure that the real indigenous people do not have the benefit. So we don't have the total estimate of what is made from the crude oil sales in Nigeria. Abacha alone took $5 billion of the crude oil, kept it in Europe, and yet many of us were struggling. So you can say that a country like East Timor is 1.3 million, but yet they are still doing a trade with the UK, and they'll probably just increase more trade and more trade. And the government of the East Timor have their business registered here, have people that are working on their behalf. What is the problem with the Yoruba people that we are now saying that we can also have trade relationship with the UK, but rather many Yoruba people are doing cleaning? Well, some of you have good jobs. You have 1 minute left. Those of you on the big seller, we close it now. Please join us on the other side. Most of us that are working tirelessly, minor job, good jobs, but at least minimum wage of £11. We are then going to send that money back to Nigeria, a country that does not value and respect us. And you can try by going home from the airport, you will not get the value of being a citizen of Nigeria. So my question and argument is, do we continue to send money home? I can tell you that my children in the next couple of years, when they are ready and the adult, will not send money back home because they have no business to send money to anyone. We are the last generation doing that because we cannot allow our people to live in poverty. Let's listen to this man known as Kyrie Booker, the ex-Nigeria Stock Exchange chairman. Oh, sorry, I got to mute my own mic so that there will not be interference. And in 15 minutes, we should be getting a call from Nigeria where I have an interview regarding what happened over the weekend.
Means that there would be FX flowing into the economy. Which that would also means that there would be FX supply, and therefore the Naira strengthens. The second thing which had happened in the last few weeks is that with the interest rate rise, there is also a lot of foreign portfolio investors that have come into the market. Most of them are coming in and buying instruments such as treasury bills. I mean, the last I spoke with one of the investment banks was that treasury bills have gone up to 21, 22%, one-year treasury bills. Now, this is the same thing that beginning of this year was around 10 or sub 10%. That means that people would bring in money. And another thing that I haven't yet seen data on, but it would definitely show, is diaspora Nigerians will begin to bring in more dollars into the market. It said it used to be around 25 billion, went down to less than 20 billion in the last 2 years or so. And this year, we should be able to breach that 25 billion or above. That's just a component. And if you think about it, diaspora Nigerians' remittances is higher than oil receipts.
Yes. Diaspora remittance is much higher than the oil receipt. You can see the crime that is committed while you, as a Yoruba diaspora, continue to say you don't want Nigeria. Well, I hope that the money that you keep sending home is used for a proper purpose. If not, you might end up having stroke by the time you arrive in Nigeria. And even if the property was built, the government take over the property, or all other things can happen. We can come out of Nigeria and set up a system that works. Because I've got to be ready for that call. So let me just lock that. We leave this man alone because they are all part of the crime. We've talked about the East Timor. We're still on it, but I want us to watch this. We've watched this one already. Where is that one I want us to watch from? Yeah. So let's read this. After nearly 300 years of the colonial rule, Portugal withdrew from the East Timor in 1975, sparkling a bitter rivalry between the local groups that ended in Franklin forces declaring the East Timor independent. Indonesia invaded in 9 days. Is the federal government going to invade? Declared Dukbanitiri wanted. We will all wait and watch. It is the second time that they are doing this. The first one was Amuludu Radio. Nothing happened after that. This time around, it is more clearing because she came out physically on a video that she's the one in charge of this declaration and the attack at the secretariat in Ibadan over the weekend. Once again, my name is Koiki, and we appreciate those of you that are joining us. Like I said, in 10 minutes, I should be receiving a call from Nigeria for an interview lined up for me. So, we can see that the colonial rule that affected us as well also affected them, just as we know it is not just, it is something that has affected every one of us. But Indonesia invaded after 9 days of that declaration. They later beginning a brutal regime of occupation that would then last until 1999. Remember, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. It's like another 24 years before there was also now going to be a referendum. So, as much as East Timor, you saw those guys with the massive arsenal, there were numbers, yet the Indonesia went in and took them out after 9 days. And it took another 24 years before their true freedom came back to them. I will not play the video, it's not of no point because it's a brutal one and it might also flag my show. But we know that many lives were lost during that 24 years. But the end result means that East Timorians are free people to have even business relationship with United Kingdom. In the 90s, a pressure and political reform in Indonesia led to the United Nations sponsor referendum on independence on the 30th of August 1999. I'm going to show you the video. Now, this is where Akintoye is now saying to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you are still the president, at least for the next 3 years. It will be in the interest of you, not just as a Yoruba man, but for the humanity's sake, to allow Nigeria to dissolve. And that is what we have been treating for a very, very long time, where Akintoye continued to advise President Bola Tinubu that he has the ball now. He should play it to the goalpost. Is he going to do that? I don't know. But we hope that he will be able to do so. Because the man who bears the ultimate responsibility for the next step for Nigeria beyond this point is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And like Akintoye stated clearly, Tinubu can do it, but if he doesn't do it, then history would also remember him as well. So if I show you this while I'm about to read it from here, you will then understand that what Akintoye is sending to Tinubu is just a piece of advice to allow Nigerians to decide their fate, because our fate is no longer working in Nigeria. So what I'm about to read is that part 2. And towards that part 2, the man who bears the ultimate responsibility for the next step for Nigeria beyond this point is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He can choose to go maneuvering, wheeling, and dealing on and on until Nigeria explodes in rivers of blood. That is what the most powerful leader of Yugoslavia, Slobodan Milosevic, did in 1989-1990. When Yugoslavia as one country had obviously come to an end, Milosevic determined to continue to keep Yugoslavia together at all costs. That also means that many lives were lost. And by all means, and he did so until there was massive rivers of blood that flowed and countless thousands of people perished. We hope that President Bola Tinubu would not allow Nigeria, while he is the president, to go into that. But as things are right now, it is just in disarray. Tinubu can also then go the other way around, which is in contrast. He can become the Mikhail Gorbachev. Mikhail Gorbachev, the president of the Soviet Union from 1985 up to 1991, did in 1990 when the great Soviet Union had obviously come to an end. Rather than allowing it not to go, Mikhail Gorbachev decided to surrender to the truth. Many of our politicians do not want to surrender to the truth, and that is why they are doing everything within their power to keep Nigeria together. But the Nigeria of today is already in disarray. Economic-wise, we've proven it today. Security-wise, even the constitution that many of you believe that has been used since 1999 does not work for you. So the question then is, why do you want to continue to save a country when you can think about the self-determination and there's so much benefit when the Yoruba stand on their own? So Tinubu has that option because Mikhail Gorbachev humbly surrendered to the truth that the end had come for Soviet Union. These countries were as very powerful more than the Nigeria of today, and yet they went down. One went with rivers of blood, while the second went into what they called a peaceful dissolution, thereby preempting a massive and devastating war that would probably have consumed millions of lives. So whatever happened between now and then, President Bola Tinubu, still being the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, will have to take the cost and the bearings of whatever happened in the next couple of years and weeks and months to come. We can only hope that he'll listen, because it will be of his own interest. Let's complete the final part of that particular East Timor. And like I said, a couple of minutes from now, I should be receiving a call to join an interview lineup for me in Nigeria to speak on behalf of myself and probably the movement regarding what took place in Ibadan. So let's watch this. This is how East Timorians celebrated their independent referendum when all hope was lost. So I'm just going to be doing a voiceover over it while that is going on. So what you're witnessing right now is the United Nations. As you can see there, the UN, right there, making sure that everybody is allowed to cast their vote under a referendum. Is Nigeria going to go through this process? I don't know. But like I said, we hope that when the time comes, every Nigerian will be given the opportunity to decide whether we want to remain as one bloc or we go our separate ways. Nigeria now needs to understand, or Nigerians need to understand, that the situation 20, 30 years ago is a completely different one today. We will use this platform to bring to the conscious mind of millions of Nigerians why it is time that we allow Nigeria to dissolve. You might not agree with us, you might disagree with us, but you can see that a process in 99 or thereabout, how the East Timorians were given opportunity to make that decision whether they want to remain with Indonesia or go their separate ways. And you can see people casting their vote. So happy. Eventually, that led to that independence of East Timor in 2002. The question is, what would you do should you be given this opportunity? Let's listen to what this man is saying. It's in their language. So again, you can say it's all about the language. I don't understand what you're saying, but I believe it's either in Portuguese or the language of East Timorians. But I'm sure eventually that independence came true because we know that there was an independent from the East Timor. That is much of what, again, let's say this, okay, this one again says, Timor-Leste celebrate 21 years of independence. This is the ABC News. I'm sure ABC News probably never covered them when they were fighting towards their freedom. Just as don't expect CNN, all the mainstream media, the big boys, the Fox News, the BBC, to come and talk about your movement. It is entirely up to you when you join this program. You share the program because we are still the only media that is promoting the movement. But when it gets to when things have become rosy, be rest assured that other mainstream media around the world will love to be part of it. But right now, there's so much things going on around the world. Israel versus Iran, Russia versus Ukraine, the Sudan. There's so much going on. The Somaliland, the many problems around the world. So the least that we'll be talking about is Yoruba wants to go out of Nigeria. Let's just watch this. 21 years of independent Timor-Leste celebrate. This celebration came with a lot of effort. Those efforts is what you don't want us to go through. You just thought or think that you would become a Yoruba nation country without putting a lot of effort to it. Every little that we do is because we have the passion and the belief that we can be free. I could still be in my bed. I could be doing other things. I could be out there to go and look for my own means of how to support my family. But yet, we are putting this sacrifice not because of anything, it's because we want to see the Yoruba military men, the Yoruba security, the Yoruba police, the Yoruba custom, the Yoruba government, the Yoruba council of different things, and the Yoruba language being used to govern us. This is the reason why we are still doing what we are doing right now. And I'm sure as many of you appreciate it, but we just only hope that those appreciation can continue, because many of us that are on this are doing it not because of anything, but because we believe that freedom is necessary.
Raising the flag to mark 21 years
of freedom. But Timor-Leste's independence came at a great cost.
Did you hear the reporter? The Timor-Leste independence came at a great cost. Nothing is going to come easy. You cannot buy that freedom from any of your supermarket. It is not sold at a local market. No international community will come and give you that freedom. It goes with a cost. But we pray that the cost will be very, very minimized so that we can get to that final destination. We are not doing an online Yoruba nation. We are doing a true Yoruba nation that will bring the reality to the ground. But it will come with a cost. you've been able to listen to the celebration there. Yes, they will still have problems, but at least they have been able to gain their freedom from those that want to keep them from where they are not meant to be. Like I said, we're just waiting for the call to come through. As soon as that comes through, then we will be joining that. Then after that, I'm going to bring the program to an end, because we've literally come to 3 hours, 21 minutes, which is far over the time that we run the program we do on this platform. My name is Koiki, and let's now take a short interlude. We'll come back in a minute.
Èmi náà ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ rí bó mo pera mi padà ẹ má jẹ́ ká bú àgbààgbà kankan mọ́ ẹ má bolóṣèlú kankan ẹ̀rù kálukú ń bẹ̀rù wọn ò lè sọ̀rọ̀ ọba ò lè sọ ìjòyè lè sọ ẹ jẹ́ ká ronú ẹ má jẹ́ ká bá àwọn bàbá àjà mọ́ ẹ má jẹ́ bú wọn mọ́ ẹ má jẹ́ ṣe wọn àwọn ará pẹ̀lú wọn àwọn àgbà tán bá jó lóṣèlú tá a bá fẹ́ kọ́ wọn rẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́ á gbé wọn mọ́ra á gbé wọn mọ́ra ni à ní bú wọn mọ́ ẹ má jẹ́ àṣejẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ má jẹ́ àdàlúrú a lè gba ẹ̀tọ́ wa láì ṣèjẹ̀gbọ́n a lè gba ẹ̀tọ́ wa láì yìnbọn a lè gba ẹ̀tọ́ wa láì dàlúrú gbogbo protest mo ṣe ní ìlú Nàìjíríà mi ò rí ibi tí mo ti ẹnìkan lè sọ pé mo pààyàn tàbí mo jó nǹkan náà tàbí mo bà nǹkan jẹ́ mo lọ písù torí pé olówó lèmi náà tí ò bá sólówó lára ń dì mọ́ gbogbo nǹkan tọ́lọ́run fún yàn lọ́lọ́run fún mi mi ṣe tálákà tó dé pé mo dìde fúnjà Yorùbá big man ni mi àwọn tó jẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ mi tó súnmọ́ mi tó ní owó ní kí ni mo wá lọ bẹ̀ pé sọ́wọ́ ni mò ń fẹ́ ni kí n sọ yìí tí mo fẹ́ mo ní ìsọ̀rọ̀ owó àní ọ̀rọ̀ ìran mi ni mò ń sọ kí n wọ gbowó kí n gbéra kí n pé mò ń lọ ọ̀dọ̀ ọba àgbowó mò ń lọ ọ̀dọ̀ oníbodè òfin gbowó kí n kójó wọlé kọ́kàn mi balẹ̀ kí n dá wa mọ́tò kí n mọ́ rìn bọ̀ kí Fúlàní mọ́ dá mi dúró títì kí n délé kí bàbá sọ pé kí n gbé tírélà sùn kí n mọ́ gbé lọ àwọn bàbá wo lè lóko mọ́ wọn ò lè lódò ẹ jẹ́ ká fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ ká ti àwọn bàbá wa lẹ́yìn ká dá security ti wa lẹ̀ ká sọ fún wọn kí wọ́n bá wa fọwọ́ tì í ká lé wọn kó nu oko wa ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́ Jésù Olúwa wa.
Wow. While we are still waiting for that call, let me just appreciate many of you that have joined us again this particular morning. As always, it is our great pleasure that we have you with us, and we are so excited that you are part and parcel of today's program. We've looked at different areas, but while I'm still waiting for that call, I might as well just bring some videos that we've done in the past just to lock it into what we are discussing this morning until that particular call I'm expecting will come true. We can start with probably a bit of appreciation to YORUBA with this particular track while I'm waiting for that call to come true. As soon as that call comes through, I'm going to go straight into that call, but for now, let's listen to this.
Ọmọ Yorùbá lápapọ̀ tilé tó kó ẹ̀mí àbọ̀ ẹ̀bá nǹkan mọ Adéyẹmọ Chief Sunday Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho orúkọ ńlá tí ń jámọ̀ láyà bí àrá orúkọ tó ń dẹrù bo lórúkọ gan ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ má sùn o torí pé bùrà a kò lè fojú kégbodò láyé títa ríro lẹ̀dá ń kọlà wúrà tó máa dán alànà kọjá dandan o ọ̀wọ́n irin ní má bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ̀nà ẹ̀dá kan ò lè ṣì wá lọ́nà mọ́ ẹjẹ́ àfìmọ̀ṣọ̀ kan ká lè débi re ẹjẹ́ àjọ gbárùkù ti Sunday Ìgbòho ṣá ọmọ Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ nílùú Alágbàdo Òde ọmọ atapẹ̀tẹ̀ wọnú omi ọmọ gèdèlè wodò sànyà ìsànyà ò rẹ́ràn bàbá yín láàrin ìdí omi kò sínà ń kán sí yín lẹ́nu ọmọ òkúta mẹ́ta òkè Ìgbòho ìkan ń ṣe yín ní dábọ̀dàbọ̀ ìkan ní mọ́ rọra ìkan tó kù nígbà tí wọ́n ò mọ̀ Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ kí ló dé Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ sí ọmọ òpópó sanran ìgbàgede Ìgbòho sùn wọn láláìsí bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ́n ní kó ní bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó máa kó bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ ẹ̀sìn òní bímọ méjì ní Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ bẹ́sìn bá bímọ méjì ní Ìgbòho áfíkan pọpọ sí amúkan yòókù bọ́ sànyà àtúmúyà rẹ̀ tí ò lọ́rọ̀ gbọ́ àfiṣẹ́rù wálé wàrà mòjé ọmọ onílé ọ̀la àwọn àjòjì tó ń ṣe ségesège tán láwọn ò ní bomi kó sí mu wọ́n láwọn ò ní bomi sànyà wẹ́sẹ̀ ìgbà tójú kò fi rí ńkọ́ gbogbo wọn náà sáré bomi kó sí mu wọ́n sì bomi sànyà wẹ́sẹ̀ ọmọ abẹ́rẹ́ mẹ́ta òde ayé ọ̀kan ṣẹ́ ọ̀kan tẹ̀ ọ̀kan tó kù ní gbogbo ayé tí ránṣọ kiri gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá Sunday Igboho onírèlẹ̀ láéláé torí àbá lásán nìkan ń dá òkúta ò ṣe gbé fún wọn o ìmọ̀ràn lásán ni ti balùwẹ̀ kò pọ́sibú kó dòdò láyé ń bí ó kún díẹ̀ kí tọ́ domi láéláé ìtọ́ mi lè domi Sunday Igboho arógun má ti dí tó ń jà fẹ́tọ̀ Yorùbá ní tilé tó kó.
gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ ọ̀dọ́ tá a jọ ń káàkiri ọ̀dọ́jọ́ ni wá ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ kí a fi àyè gba Fúlàní lórí ilẹ̀ àwọn bàbá wa ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ ká bú ọba mọ́ ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ ká bú jòyè mọ́ nígbà tá a la fẹ́ jà fún àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ wa táwa ń kọ́kọ́ ń bú ọba tá à ń bú jòyè èmi náà ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ rí bó mo pera mi padà ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ ká bú àgbààgbà kankan mọ́ ẹ mọ̀ bolóṣèlú kankan ẹ̀rù kálukú ń bẹ̀rù wọn ò lè sọ̀rọ̀ ọba ò lè sọ ìjòyè lè sọ ẹ jẹ́ ká ronú ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ ká bá àwọn bàbá wa jà mọ́ ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ á bú wọn mọ́ ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ á ṣe wọn ra wọn ara pẹ̀lú wọn àwọn àgbà tó bá jó lóṣèlú tá a bá fẹ́ kọ́ rẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́ á gbé wọn mọ́ra á gbé wọn mọ́ra ni à ní bú wọn mọ́ ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ á ṣèjẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ á dàlúrú a lè gba ẹ̀tọ́ wa láì ṣèjẹ̀gbọ́n a lè gba ẹ̀tọ́ wa láì yìnbọn a lè gba ẹ̀tọ́ wa láì dàlúrú gbogbo protest mo ṣe ní ìlú Nàìjíríà mi ò rí ibi tí mo ti ẹnìkan lè sọ pé mo pààyàn tàbí mo jó nǹkan náà tàbí mo bà nǹkan jẹ́ mo lọ písù torí pé olówó lèmi náà tí ò bá sólówó lára ń dì mọ́ gbogbo nǹkan tọ́lọ́run fún yàn lọ́lọ́run fún mi mi ṣe tálákà tó dé pé mo dìde fún jà Yorùbá big man ni mi àwọn tó jẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ mi tó súnmọ́ mi tó ní owó ní kí ni mo wá lọ bẹ̀ pé sọ́wọ́ lè mi mò ń fẹ́ ni kí n sọ yìí tí mo fẹ́ mo ní ìsọ̀rọ̀ owó àní ọ̀rọ̀ ìran mi ni mò ń sọ kí n wọ Ìgbòho kí n gbéra kí n pé mò ń lọ ọ̀dọ̀ ọba Ìgbòho mò ń lọ ọ̀dọ̀ oníbodè of Ìgbòho kí n kójó wọlé kọ́kàn mi balẹ̀ kí n dá wa mọ́tò kí n mọ́ rìn bọ̀ kí Fúlàní mọ́ dá mi dúró títì kí n délé kí bàbá sọ pé kí n gbé tírélà sùn kí n mọ́ gbé lọ àwọn bàbá wo lè lóko mọ́ wọn ò lè lóńdò ẹ jẹ́ ká fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ ká ti àwọn bàbá wa lẹ́yìn ká dá security ti wá lẹ̀ ká sọ fún wọn kí wọ́n bá wa fọwọ́ tì í ká lé wọn kó nu oko wa ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́ Jésù Olúwa wa.
I will just bring it back home a little bit. Mo kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá nílé lóko níbi tí ẹ ti ń gbọ́ wa láti wákàtí mẹ́ta àbọ̀ tí a ti gbétò yìí sí ìta láàárọ̀ yìí. Àkọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò yìí látara ibi tí a ti ń sọ fún gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ìkéde tí bàbá wa Prof Adebanji Akintoye tí wọ́n fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa láti ìlú Benin Republic ìyẹn ní àná láti fi sọ fún gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá pé ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ìlú Ìbàdàn ìyẹn ní weekend tí ó ṣẹ̀ lọ yìí pé àwọn àti ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ tiwọn àwọn ò ní ipa àwọn ọ̀dẹ̀mọ̀ kankan nípa ẹ̀ látara bẹ́ẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn oníwèé ìròyìn tó bá máa report kí wọ́n ṣe kí ni kí wọ́n mọ ẹni tí wọ́n fẹ́ kọ ìròyìn lé lórí. Bí ṣe ń bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ fídíò ni wọ́n fi ránṣẹ́ sí mi tí mo mọ̀ pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ yín náà àti rí àmọ́ ní láti ṣọ́ àwọn fídíò yẹn it is not my problem and my concern but ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n fi ń jà ni àwọn fídíò tí à ń rí ó wà níwájú mi bí ṣe bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ tí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ yín náà máa ti rí tí àwọn tí wọ́n fẹ́ gba ìjọba ní secretariat àwọn ilé tí wọ́n ti kó gbogbo àwọn nǹkan sí àwọn amòfin ti lọ síbẹ̀ and I guess I have my call coming through right. Ẹ jẹ́ fún mi ní 1 minute. Hello? Mo wà lórí live show. Mo wà lórí live show nísìnyí. I want to know. Mo dey expect call kan lórí line yìí tí bá ṣe tán. Sorry about that. Alright, sorry. Yeah, ẹ má bínú because I wasn't too sure whether it was the call I was expecting. So I'm still waiting. Hopefully the call come through. If not, I'll be ending this program. So bí ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé gbogbo àwọn oníwèé ìròyìn àti àwọn tó máa kọ̀ọ̀kan lé lórí kí wọ́n mọ orúkọ ẹni tí wọ́n máa gbé ọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí. Arábìnrin tí ẹ̀ ń rí yìí òun ni wọ́n ń pè ní Chief Mrs. Modúpẹ́ Abíọ́lá ó náà ìyàwó late MK Abíọ́lá òun ni ó gbé àwọn ọmọ jáde lọ sí ìlú Ìbàdàn ìyẹn ní weekend tí ó kọjá yìí látara pé àwọn ń ṣe Democratic Republic of Yorùbá tó pè ní the newest nation tí wọ́n dẹ̀ ṣe kí ni tí wọ́n tún jẹ́ alias òmìnira 2022 gbogbo ìgbàkígbà tí wọ́n bá ń dárúkọ pé àwọn kan lọ àtáàkì secretariat kọ́ máa líǹkì bàbá Akintoye olóyè ọmọ Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho Ọ̀túnba Démọ́lá deputy YSDM gbogbo independent Yorùbá media campaigner àti Yorùbá world media àwa ò mọ̀ kankan nípa wọn bó wá wọn ẹ̀yìn tí ẹ ní kí ló dé tá àtẹ̀lé wọn nítorí pé a mọ̀ kankan nípa wọn náà ni ìwọ lè tẹ̀lé wọn kò sẹ́ni kankan tó dẹni kankan mú but lábẹ́ òfin tí àwa ń tẹ̀lé tí ó jẹ́ ti bàbá Akintoye lábẹ́ ìgbésẹ̀ tí wọ́n là sílẹ̀ òun ni pé a ṣì ń negotiate lọ́wọ́ negotiation kò tí ì tán ìgbà tí negotiation ṣì ń lọ tí a ṣì ń bá gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì sọ̀rọ̀ bó bá wá jẹ́ pé ó ti pẹ́ jù fẹ́yìn ẹ̀yin náà lè tẹ̀lé wọn láti lọ ṣe èyí tí wọ́n ń ṣe kò sẹ́ni kankan tó di ẹ̀yin náà mú but what we are saying is that we have no business with them and we have nothing that says that we are part of them. So please get that understand to your ears, whether you are new on this platform or you are old. And I understand that I've been also told that some Biafrans are probably thinking that we are the one behind this. I can tell our brothers and sisters of the Biafra, this has nothing to do with us. I know some of you are probably a little bit excited, but I can tell you that it has nothing to do with us. We are still in the process, just as some of you also are still in the process. In case you might not know, this particular woman came into the movement, but we understand that she's part of the Fulani cabal that also have another intention to disorganize and destabilize. And I'm sure the Biafra that are also campaigner under the leadership of the Prime Minister, Government in Exile, Simon Ekpa, and the leader of the IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, are also, shout out to my brother, Funwa TV. I have to appreciate him, even though I haven't appreciated anyone because he's a media personnel. And if you're also in media and I've spotted you or I probably missed you, I say good morning to you. But Maki went to cool. It's just that when I went to that program, I wanted to take it straight because I didn't want to be distracted. Maki, so Mobewa Morawa, the Biafra, please. I know that some of you have come across this news, but I can tell you that it has nothing to do with us. This is a different individual. We don't know what her plan is. She came into the movement, but we quickly realized that she was not going to succumb to us to understand what she wanted to do so that we can work it together. And that was the reason why we chased her out. Just as some of you also have chased out some of those that wanted to destabilize the vision of Nnamdi Kanu. I'm sure you know that the Biafra have been split to two. I'm aware of that. So in case you are seeing these videos, images, we have nothing to do with that. And that is all we can say. But we're also going to see whether the federal government will go after her, just as they've been going after the Biafra and likewise going after us as well. So that is our images that are posted. Some of you have seen it anyway. So, but for those of you that are just listening to us on the the Twitter space, she's known as Dupe Onitiri, and she says she's the wife of the late MK Abiola that was killed by the Fulani people as well. So that is on that. Let's come back a little bit. Thank you so much, Funwa TV, my brother. Yesterday, I've been getting few people that I communicate with, especially there was a young man that we have conversation, on WhatsApp, and this is what he said to me. Even though I now realize that as many of them just love what we say, but they're thinking now that we are too slow. And that's why I took us back to East Timor. If you have just joined this video, you need to go back and watch it. East Timor was attacked within 9 days after their declaration, even though in 1975, but what I'm saying is that the negotiation is not done yet. So this person, each time I post things, on my status. It will come back. It will put a message. But this is the. You might be watching me right now. I don't know, but I can tell you that I've had a cut off from him because I would not want people that doesn't have, what we call respect for the leadership. In life, you must have respect for the leadership. Okay, well, I'll be watching that later. I'm told that they're bashing Duponity on the rise. All that will come to my screen after, because right now we are still right here. I'll catch up with that. So this individual, their intention is that, since Dupe has come out like this, we should all just go together with it. Remember that when IGBOHO house was invaded and attacked, even the expectation of some Yoruba people was that he needs to fight back. But you say you are a big man, you can fight. Why did you not fight? They say that there's always another day for fighting, number one. Secondly, imagine that if IGBOHO made an attempt to fight back, which he did not, the same security will kill each other. They probably will kill one of them and put it there and say, IGBOHO kill this person. Stop spamming the program. Omoba, I've listened, I've just responded to you. You are not listening. That's the problem. You sent something, I said, I will watch it later. You are still spamming. I don't have to go to Arise TV to pick what they are saying about Duponity. I am talking here as well. And you are repeating the same thing. That means, Mama will later focus and please stop spamming the comment section. And I guess that is my call that I've been waiting for, the interview coming from the radio station in Nigeria. You will also listen. Let's go straight to it.
The program is still Issues on Unique 103.1 FM, and I have Mr. Koiki, the spokesperson to Yoruba Nation activist Chief Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday IGBOHO, on the line this morning. Welcome to the program, Mr. Koiki.
A very good morning to you, and also good morning to all your listeners, and I believe viewers, because now we have the technology for people to see right into the studio. And thank you for having me this morning, the 15th of April 2024, right from my base here in England, London precisely.
You're welcome. All right, so a statement was issued from your camp yesterday warning Newman against addressing those who invaded the State Secretariat as Yoruba Nation's agitators. So to situate this properly now, who were those who invaded the Secretariat? Was they claimed to be Yoruba Nation agitators?
Thank you so much once again. Yes, you're quite right. A statement was issued yesterday on behalf of the international community, the media around the world, by the leader of the Yoruba self-determination movement, Professor Adebanji Akintoye. I know you've got a copy already because that was sent to some of you by myself yesterday. Let's quickly answer the question you've asked. Who are those behind this attack? They are not people that we don't know. They are people that we have what we can say understanding that they are planning also to set up a country or have an independent country. But the name of this individual is known as Mrs. Dupe Onitiri Abiola, also call herself the widow of the late MKO Abiola, that many of us know, the winner of the 1993 election that was eventually annulled. Their own is not Yoruba Nation as it partake. Many people call them Yoruba Nation. They started with what we call the Ominira 2022 after she decided to do what we call a declaration. The reason why you didn't know then is because that declaration was done on the YouTube channel. And eventually that did not really came down to many of the media back in Nigeria, even though we came out as at that time to say we have nothing to do with it. But the good thing is that in the new video that emerged from our camp, calling themselves Democratic Republic of the Yoruba, under Mrs. Dupe Onitiri, the widow of the late MK Abiola. She's the one behind it, and that is the name bearing for that. So if you're going to be calling them, you can either call them the Ominira 2022, as they are known, and also the Democratic Republic of Yoruba, but they also have their media handle that works for them, known as Ijile Marcos, that reside in Turkey.
Okay, your faction, for instance, because until Saturday now, when the attack happened, many Nigerians do not know that there is a factional group called the Ominira 2022. Not so many Nigerians also know Onitiri Abiola. Perhaps you should tell us if there's any form of relationship.
All right. There is no relationship between the actual movement under the YSDF. There is a complete different, movement from the Mrs. Dupe Onitiri, like I said earlier. Yes, at some point she was part of the Yoruba self-determination movement until she decided to walk away because she did not believe in the leadership of Professor Adebanji Akintoye. So yes, she was part of us at some point. But the reason why many Nigerians would not have heard about her is like she probably have some grudge between the Nigeria after the death of her late husband, as is known. She has a motive, she has an agenda. Those agenda did not line with us when she came in, some few years back. So we actually made it known to her that, since we don't have a clarity of what she's doing, remember that this particular movement under the leadership of Professor Adebanji Akintoye is a non-violent, which everybody understands, and there's a lot of evidence to that. But since we don't know what our own intentions are, she actually decided to walk away because she actually said to us that we were part of those working for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu because we wanted Bola Tinubu to be the president rather than working for the Yoruba people for the self-determination. So she left us, not that we even told her to go.
Okay, it looks like there's a faction. A faction was formed out of your own group. Out of Chisoni Bo's group, out of your own group, a faction was formed, and that's it. It looks like the two factions now are fighting for the same cause. Am I correct?
Well, like I said, you cannot factor that we are fighting for the same cause because we don't know what cause she's fighting for. You might say that a faction came out. Well, there's always faction in everything in life. So as much as you are using the word faction, she decided to leave because she also made it known that we are not fighting for the cause. So again, after that, we have no contact or communication with her, but we do see some of the activities online. The reason why you are calling me today is because their activities have ended up in what we call either an hostage taking or invasion of the secretariat that led to the reason why we are having this conversation today. And I'm sure the previous conversation we've had, the reason why we didn't go into that is because we have no contact or knowing exactly what their plan in terms of the invasion that took place over the weekend.
Okay, the government is adamant, and I've reiterated countless times that a united Nigerian is non-negotiable.
Okay, let me come down straight away. All right, let me quickly come into that. The word Nigeria is non-negotiable is not what the Nigerian government will say, because the Nigerian government itself, is registered, under the, it's a signature rather, to the self-determination that is an inalienable right. So I tend not to like the word that, Nigeria is non-negotiable. Nigeria is negotiable because the 1914 amalgamation was not consulted with the indigenous people that owned the territory. The Nigeria itself, was created out of a business entity known as the Royal Niger Company in UK. I live in UK for 24 years. All this is documented, and it also indicated that the Nigeria of today expired in 2014. If you want me to, I can give you a clip of the former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, that stated clearly that Nigeria, reason why it's still holding today is because the UK wanted to be. Let's listen to this quickly.
How we've been having this conversation about the unity of Nigeria. And I reflect back at some of the prominent statements made by some of our founding leaders. And I feel that probably This will help us to have a conversation on the Nigerian unity. I just brought four, not to bore you. First, and I quote, not my statement, Nigeria is not a nation. It's a mere geographical expression. There are no Nigerians in the same sense as there are English, Welsh, or French. The word Nigerian is merely a distinctive appellation to distinguish those who live within the boundaries of Nigeria from those who do not. This is accredited to Chief Obafemi Awolowo, the former Prime Minister of the Western region. The second one, and I quote, it is true that we politicians always delight in talking loosely about the unity of Nigeria. 60 years ago, there was no country called Nigeria. What is now Nigeria consisted of several large and small communities, all of which were different in their outlooks and beliefs. The advent of the British and that of Western education has not materially altered the situation, and the many and varied communities have not knit themselves into a composite unit. This is accredited to Sir Amadou Bello, former Premier of Northern Region. The third, and I quote, since 1914, the British government has been trying to make Nigeria into one country.
Well, I'll just leave it there. So that is the former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan speaking there. And I'm sure you understand well, but I'll let you come back to the questions that you have for me again. Thank you so much.
But I will still tell you that the federal government of this country has said it, that there will be no
Buhari said the same. Buhari said the same. Buhari said the same. Buhari said the same. No, there's nothing called secession. Again, please let us be very careful. These are, very, very important. Yeah, I'm still here. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Are you there?
I can hear you. Yes. I can hear you. If you can hear me.
Okay.
Can you still hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah. The word secessionist is a different thing from self-determination. We shouldn't mix it up. So secessionist is not what we are. Self-determination is an inalienable right. And we are not just the only one fighting for that right. I mean, the Scottish people wants to leave the union that has been since 1701. So the word secessionist is not what we are fighting for. We are fighting for the self-determination of our people. That is an inalienable right, and that right will be respected by the federal government and the international community and the United Nations.
Okay, what are the agenda now of your own group now? What are
the agenda, I will tell you quickly in just about a few seconds. The agenda is that the YSDM, the movement leader that are running this on behalf of the Yorubas, aims and objectives. We will engage the Nigerian state using available instrument provided by the international law and legislation. We're not going to come to secretariat with weapons and trying to take over from the government. We will engage the international communities through diplomacy, share values, and also believe and common interests. We will facilitate trust, respect, honesty, open relationship. We will work towards the common goal of independence. All these are part of what is currently going on. It takes some time, but it is not coming in an open and trying to take over the secretariat like they've done over the weekend.
Okay, I'll let you go now. Mr. Koiki, thank you so much. Koiki, thank you so much for your time on the program this morning. We'll still
thank you so much.
You on the Yoruba version of this program to help us understand this better. Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you
for your time. All right. That's the spokesperson to Chief Sunday Igboho. And of course, he just spoke with us this morning and talking to us about some of the agendas of their own faction.
You can see why we need to continue to engage more, because most of the media at home tend to know what the situation is. But I understand their point of view. They're just trying to be careful because of the NBC rules and all those nonsense that Professor Wole Soyinka talked about. You can see that I told you in the Nigerian Constitution, you do not have access to freedom of speech. freedom of association, even though it's stated clearly that you must have freedom of association. So let us say it again and again that there is a lot of work that needs to be done. So when we are live, we need to continue to share the program. I know that they have the Yoruba version. I don't know how soon that is going to come, but again, we see how much we can hold on here on this platform while we are still hoping that they're coming back. I know they normally have the Yoruba version of the program as well. So once again, that was just an interview with one of the radio stations back in Nigeria, to give them our own side to development of this particular conversation. Once again, many of you that are waking up, many of you that have woke up, realize that the movement is still intact. Nothing has changed, but we are not part of Dupe Onitiri because she has a motive, and she also likely want to make sure that she sabotage the Yoruba movement that we are currently on in the last couple of years. But we will not allow such to happen, and we will continue. A lot of videos is popping up again this morning. I've been sent a couple of videos from Ibadan where I believe the security has invaded some of their places and they've taken more military camouflage. I won't be able to show you all that, but I'm sure I will post that later on, maybe on the X with more explanation. You can see that immediately I kicked in that Jonathan into that interview. The guy couldn't even say much. The moment interview Jonathan, he could not say much because Jonathan stated it clearly in that clip, and it was a good thing that I have it ready and I just slotted it in. And it was a good thing that he took his time to listen to it, but realized that flipping now, this is becoming too much before they give them some kind of sanction. You're right, boy. Before they give them some sanction on their own media in Nigeria. So, Moki sister me, Olajire Joseph, good morning. Let me appreciate some of you that have joined us. I know the first 3 hours, it was a straight program. I just wanted to get it out of the way without any, good morning, good afternoon sometimes, because like I said, Yoruba nation that we're dealing with is not a joke. It's a serious thing, and you can tell that, it is very, very serious. So, Moki, sister, Moki Buba, KOIKIMEDIA team, good morning. I know I have a couple of people that are watching us, and also many of you have commented, Real Yoruba, say this woman is not okay mentally. She needs to be arrested alongside a miscreant she sent to your state of assembly yesterday, Moduponitiri. At least now that many Nigerians know the other side that we have been telling them that they probably didn't know, especially with this woman. But again, we wait and see. Arewa, my sister there, Akintoye, I have a lot of Biafran that are listening carefully. I know some of them, like I said, you must have seen that, but I'm told, that Simon Ekpa posted the video yesterday. Well, he could post the video. I haven't seen it, but I'll probably check it out. But again, we have no connection with Dupe Onitiri, so it won't matter who post the video or who's speaking on that video. So Moki, Prince Adebayo Shitu, Eshegoni Yanola Jure Joseph, Yami Joke Bodunri, we say we support Baba Akintoye, is our Baba, God is his strength. You also say God is your strength as well to me. Yalu Dijano Otafadel, good morning to you. Mr. Jimo Moses, good morning to you. Akibu Awofe, Mr. Koiki, well done. God bless you. Thank you so much. Yawaru Kayat, Omonwu, we say Dupe Oniranu. Alan Conley said the right is only working for the politicians, not for the citizens. No Nigerian have any right. Your right has been taken away from you. And if you continue to allow us to keep Nigeria, there'll be more fire coming in the near future. Daniel Lee, good morning to you. Oluwole Osho says Mrs. Dupe Onitiri should be declared wanted. We wait and see whether that is going to happen. Remember that even after they attacked Igboho's house, straight away, Igboho was put on the no flight because they actually declared him wanted. That was the reason why he was stopped in Benin Republic that led to him staying in Benin for over 2 years. Is that going to happen with Dupe Onitiri? Time will tell. Even though Igboho did not do as much of what Dupe has done as well. Thank you so much, Olanipe Kunwell Plenty. Alan Conde also went further to say, Onitiri, thank you. Onitiri, Dupe, she's a criminal and need to be declared wanted with that group. Omokar of Friday says, good morning, my brother. I love you, Almighty God will be with you. No going back to Yoruba Nation. Ayomi Kundami, I know those of you in America are probably sleeping, or if you're working late night, you're probably watching me right now. Yemi Fatuke, good morning to you. Agosu Felicia, good morning to you. Those of you on the Instagram, I say shout out to you as well. Mr. Adeguroye Okweyemi, good morning, sir. If you're new to the platform, respect this platform. It stands only for Yoruba Nation. Anything else, we are not interested. Please, if you come in here, if you're not comfortable, you have the right to walk away. But if you say something that will probably try to wind us up, because that is what some of you used to do. The APC, the PDP tell you to go to their platform and wind them up. Skarsgård says she brought into Yoruba Nation the same decisive method she used to disrupt OPC. Akede, thank you so much. One hashtag Biafra First Love, thank you so much. Let's appreciate more star in Biafra, thank you so much. We're not taking calls and we're not bringing anybody on board to speak, but I understand that sometimes you have something to say. BGNL YN, thank you so much. Nat Patrick, thank you so much. Also, Simon Epa Gladys, thank you so much. Lonely Orphan, thank you so much. Nobleman, thank you so much. Chinwe, Linear Chinwe, thank you, sister. And likewise, Man Like Infinity, thank you as well. So appreciation to many of you that have joined us in this transmission today. One, Nigeria is a scam. There's no doubt about it. Nigeria is not going to work. It doesn't matter how much we try to rectify. Tony Aegis, thank you so much. Mokiawa, all the way in Ajala, where she's also watching me. Alaja Adiat, thank you so much. I spotted you earlier as well. Dash Mayor, good morning. I've seen your message. Fonwa TV say, I just called you before I was realized you are on the program. I'd like to discuss with you privately on the same matter. Okay, all right, Fonwa TV, I'll give you a shot. Okay, you will look your link on you. Omoba, thank you so much. I'll be watching Arise to see what they've been saying about Duponitiri. I'm sure the family of Duponitiri will probably know that she's more popular now. Folari Adesida, thank you, sir. Adebanji Sunday say, all what we want is Coach Ojire Ikedo Yoruba Nation going back. Samuel Ayomide, shout out to you. Ajiboye and every one of you, Dare, and many of you that have joined us, Shegun and the rest, Easy, all the way in Miami. And thank you so much, everyone. Theophilos. Since I'm not sure whether the Yoruba version is coming, then that means that I have to wind the program down because I've done literally 4 hours. That's more than enough for today. Theophilos, we need to build our Yoruba nation and be as great as successful nation. Salaudin, I say Salaudin Adebisi, you two will be very careful. We told you, you can see the mess that is going on with them in their camp. We actually told you that let's be patient, let's follow the person with no road. It's not about they are Lijade, but again, especially after we've seen so much in the last 3 years, we have to be very, very careful so that when we do our thing, we can say it is we that are doing it. Today now, I'm sure many of you are just saying, but we told them already, but they're probably not going to listen. There's no United Nations backing from them. There's no country that is backing them, because if there's a country backing them by now, those countries will have released press statements. They will have released some statement to say, we are aware of Duponitiri as a country. We told you, but rather, so, Yawaruka, just reason, thank you so much. You also gave me the Yoruba meaning of the Pokupian. Thank you so much. I wish every Yoruba struggle fighter can learn from your style and method of presentation. We are all different, so we can't do the same thing. It's just that is what I fall in love with. And also, I know what my style also says. Mujibat, Yawa Adebayo, it's raining out here, very beautiful weather out there. Adiola Tafik say, kí ló dé tí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá tí a rose ara wa ní ẹyọkan kí àwọn ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ bàbá wa Akintoye àti àwọn ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ màmá Onítìrì. Okay, you are still part of the Onítìrì, so you probably don't understand what is going on. So, even though you have said it in Yoruba, I was able to pick it. Mas B, I know whether you are in and out. Thank you so much. I'm just realized that I think I saw you, but I was so busy when I was doing the presentation and I didn't want distraction. Yahweh Elizabeth Odelola Ijiletu had confirmed that they are not their people. He also confirmed, there's a mixed up somewhere with people that were captured and those that were inside the secretariat. I hope they'll be able to find out who is who. This man said the authority must carry out a thorough joint investigation into this matter, and this matter and the previous matter will be reported to the UNPO. For example, some eyewitnesses through what was filmed. People that were just passing by that were just normal security, outfit. They were also taken into as those that invaded the secretariat. Iyawa Pagbemeleke, shout out to you. Olakunle, thank you. Omobolaji. Okay, might be the Yoruba version that is coming through now. Yes, let's listen to the Yoruba version.
We'll be going on there now. So
that's fine.
You see your street mapping.
All right.
So we'll go now.
All right, then that's fine.
Yeah, so hold on.
Okay.
So,
àtúntìpé lóde tòní lórí ètò bóòlù ẹ̀ṣẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ìtọ́lẹ̀ lórí tí wọ́n sọ fún abẹ́ àyà nílé la fi péjù ọgbọ̀n la fi pẹmọ́ ní koro pẹ̀lẹ́kùtù la fi rúpò dí ọ̀pẹ ìlú ìkìlá wàyí 103.1 FM náà ní àrà station. Adédayọ̀ Aládébéjì òun lè ní jẹ́ lọ́jọ́ àbámẹ́ta ìròyìn kan gbàgbóró kan pé àwọn afurasí ajìjàgbara fún orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá wọ́n yabo ilé ìjọba nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́. Bẹ́ẹ̀ gẹ́ ni ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Banji Akintoye wọ́n yọ síta bọ̀m̀bọ̀ tó fi mọ́ olóyè Sunday Adéyẹmọ tọ́pọ̀ ìyá mà sí Sunday Igboho pé àwọn ò mọ̀ nǹkan kan nípa àwọn tó yọ síta bọ̀m̀bọ̀ yìí tí wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n fẹ́ yabo ilé ìjọba. Ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀rọ̀ tó bá dáni lójú kì í kọ́ni lẹ́nu ní kì báyìí lóbìnrin sunkún àlè gbangba náà sunkún ojúlówó ọkọ. Láàárọ̀ yìí á kàn sí agbẹnusọ fún Sunday Adéyẹmọ ìyẹn olóyè Sunday Adéyẹmọ Sunday Igboho ọ̀gbẹ́ni Ọláyọmí Koiki wọ́n bá wa dá sí ètò láàárọ̀ yìí. Ẹ kú ojúmọ́ o.
Ojúmọ́ re o, òjò rẹpẹtẹ ní ọ̀dọ̀ tiwa, òjò àlàáfíà. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn olólùfẹ́ yín àti àwọn tó ń gbọ́ yín ní ilé àti ní gbogbo àgbáyé. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ń gbọ́ yín náà láti ọ̀dọ̀ wa níbí pé a káàárọ̀ àkó ojúmọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò bóòlù ẹ̀ṣẹ̀rẹ̀ sí fótó ní apáyín jẹ̀bútúre lónìí láti tàn mọ́lẹ̀ sáwọn ohun tó ṣókùnkùn lọ́jọ́ àbámẹ́ta àwọn kan tí wọ́n fura sí pé wọ́n jẹ́ ajìjàgbara fún orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ni wọ́n yabo ilé ìjọba ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé iléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá ti fi léde pé ọwọ́ ti tẹ ogún nínú wọn iléeṣẹ́ ológun ní ọwọ́ ti tẹ 9. Ìbáṣepọ̀ wo ló wà láàrin ikọ̀ tó ń pè fún ìdásílẹ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ilé tí ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Banji Akintoye àti olóyè Sunday Igboho ń darí rẹ̀ àti àwọn ẹni tí wọ́n wá sí ilé ìjọba ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ lọ́jọ́ àbámẹ́ta?
Lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ kò sí tí ó da ọmọ ní másì papọ̀. Orúkọ tí a fi ń pe ènìyàn máa ń sọ nígbà tẹ́ máa porúkọ yín nísìn. Mo rò pé porúkọ tèmi mọ́ ti yín, orúkọ yín ni ẹ dá gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni tí ó ń ṣe ètò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Tí ó wà níbẹ̀ ni pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá àti àwọn aráalé tó ń bẹ ní Nàìjíríà wọ́n mọ̀ pé arábìnrin kan wà tí nígbà kan tí ó wá bá wa pé òun fẹ́ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa nínú ìrìn àjò tá a gbé dání. Òun náà ni wọ́n ń pè ní ìyá Modúpẹ́ Onítìrí Abíọ́lá. Ó náà wọn ni widow fún bàbá wa tó ṣaláìsí MKO Abíọ́lá. Ẹgbẹ́ tí wọ́n ń pè ní Òmìnira 2022 tí a tún lè sọ pé dábàá wo fọ́nrán tó ṣe torí ó ṣe fọ́nrán pé òun lòún gbé àwọn ọmọ yẹn jáde pé kó wá sí secretariat. Kódà ó ní UN gan ó ń bọ̀ láti wá bá òun ṣiṣẹ́. Ó ní gbogbo ìlú àgbáyé ló ti fóun ní ìwé láti wá fi ṣiṣẹ́. Ló wá ń pe ara wọn ní Democratic Republic of Yorùbá. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ sọ pé bàbá wa olóyè Ìgbòho sọ̀rọ̀ bóyá kákọ̀ fi 30 seconds ká fi gbọ́ díẹ̀ ní tí olóyè Ìgbòho fún ara wọn sọ kí tó wá tẹnubọ ọ̀rọ̀ díẹ̀ sí i.
Iṣẹ́ tó lọ ní Ìbàdàn lénìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìròyìn tá à ń gbọ́ láti ìlú Ìbàdàn èní ní 13th of April 2024 àṣẹ̀bá bàbá Akintoye sọ̀rọ̀ tán mo fẹ́ kí a gbọ́ látẹnu tiyín náà kí ọmọ Yorùbá lágbàáyé àti international community kọ́ lè gbọ́ látẹnu yín ẹ bá a gbóhùn sókè bàbá mi olóyè Ìgbòho.
ẹ ṣe gan mo dúpẹ́ mo kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá káàkiri àgbáyé lọ́kùnrin láwọn olùkọ́ ẹ̀. èmi kò tó ní sọ́jà bí ẹ̀wọ̀n tí wọ́n mọ̀ sọ ní kò bí ọmọ kankan pa ẹ̀ mi ò mọ kankan pa ẹ̀ mi ò dẹ̀ mọ àwọn tó ṣe gan mi ò mọ kankan pa ẹ̀. so tí mi bá fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan tí a bá fẹ́ ṣe ní ti àìdá fẹ́ ṣe rálì ni o àbẹ̀jáde fún ṣọ́ọ̀bù Yorùbá ní sọ́jà ẹni pé àwa máa ń sọ síta.
òwúrẹ́ gbọ́ lẹ́nu bàbá wa olóyè Ìgbòho ká má gbàsìkò púpọ̀ àwa ò ní kankan ṣe pẹ̀lú àwọn tó jáde a fẹ́ kí ìjọba kí wọ́n gbé ìgbésẹ̀ láti tan ìmọ́lẹ̀ sí àwọn tó wá ìmọ́lẹ̀ dẹ̀ ni pé fọ́nrán tí wọ́n gbé jáde ó wà àwọn tó mú náà kó ṣe investigation kó béèrè pé ta ló rán wọn wá níbo ló ti wá àmọ́ tẹ́ bá lọ sórí fọ́nrán social media tá à ń lò lénìí arákùnrin tó ń darí wọn tó jẹ́ mídíà wọn pè ní ìjìnlẹ̀ Marcus òun bẹ nílùú Turkey níbẹ̀ ló ti ń fún wọn ní directive arábìnrin kan wà tó ń pè ní àjàkálẹ̀ àrùn wọ́n tún ń pè kan ní Black Lion gbogbo àwọn tí a dárúkọ yìí wọ́n ń bẹ nídìí kí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá látọ̀dọ̀ tiwọn náà kó wá sí ìmúṣẹ àmọ́ wọn ò sí lábẹ́ àṣẹ bàbá wa Prof Adebanji Akintoye ìyẹn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n tó ń bẹ nílùú Benin Republic tí wọ́n dẹ̀ ti fi àtẹ̀jíṣẹ́ ọ̀hún síta tí mo mọ̀ pé a ti fi ránṣẹ́ sí iléeṣẹ́ tẹ̀yìn náà ẹ jẹ́ n padà sọ́dọ̀ yín olótùú.
ẹ jẹ́ wá béèrè báyìí ṣé àwa lè sọ wípé ikọ̀ ti ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Bánjí Akintoye àti olóyè Sunday Igboho àtàwọn tí wọ́n wá sí ilé ìjọba yìí ṣáwa lè sọ wípé nǹkan náà ni ẹjọ́ ń pè é fún ọ̀nà tẹ́ ń gbà pè fún ló yàtọ̀.
àwọn kan lè fojú wo bẹ́ẹ̀ àmọ́ gbogbo nǹkan ló ní ìdí wọ́n ní ẹ má bínú papọ̀ wí pé tí kò bá nídìí obìnrin ò kì í jẹ́ kúmọ́lú ìdí táwọn fi ń sọ pé àwọn fẹ́ gba táwa náà fẹ́ gbà yìí àwa ti rí i pé kò ń ṣe ìdí kan náà torí pé bíyàn bá fẹ́ gba ìlú lóòótọ́ oríṣiríṣi ọ̀nà ni ọ̀nà táwa dẹ̀ ṣì ń gbà ni pé a fẹ́ gbà á ní ìrọwọ́ ìrẹsẹ̀ tí kò ní sí wàhálà tí kò ní mú jà dání ìyẹn la ṣe kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí polongo ní ilé sí ilé lóòótọ́ ẹ tún lè máa sọ pé ìtàn sọ náà nípa àwọn náà fẹ́ gba Yorùbá country but ìtàn mọ̀ ni pé kò ń ṣe lénìí ni wọ́n ti ń dẹgbẹ́rú ẹgbẹ́ oríṣiríṣi tó ń bẹ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà lénìí gan ó pín sí oríṣiríṣi ọ̀nà látara pé àwọn kan ní hidden agenda tí wọ́n fẹ́ fi ṣe ẹgbẹ́ tiwọn eléyìí tí ẹ̀ ń rí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ tó ń pè ní Dúpẹ́ Onítìrí òun ní agenda kan tí a mọ̀ pé agenda yẹn ó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú àwọn ẹgbẹ́ tí wọ́n ń darí Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nítorí pé nínú politics.
ẹ jẹ́ wá wò ẹ jẹ́ ká.
à ń gbọ́ yín.
ìtàkùn ojú òpó yìí ó ń ṣe kọ̀kọ̀kọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ wò ó bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ń gbọ́ mi kí ni ohun tí ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Bánjí Akintoye àti olóyè Sunday Igboho tán gbé dání táwọn èèyàn fi mọ̀ yàtọ̀ nínú
ìyàwó mi. àkọ́kọ́ ń bẹ̀ ni pé orúkọ tí gbogbo èèyàn ń pè pé Yorùbá nation ó ní ẹgbẹ́ yẹn ni à ń pè ní YSDM Yorùbá Self-Determination Movement tí ó dẹ̀ ní website tó ní www.ysdm.org àwọn ni wọ́n ń darí gbogbo ikọ̀ tó jẹ́ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ tó wà lábẹ́ wọn tí a mọ̀ sí 83 ẹ má bínú pé mo mọ̀ ẹ́ ní Yorùbá 83 ẹgbẹ́ ló ń bẹ lábẹ́ ibẹ̀ ni àṣẹ tí ń wá a tún wá ní mídíà tí ẹ bá fẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́yìn pé èmi jẹ́ agbẹnusọ fún olóyè Ìgbòho a ní Yorùbá World Media a ní Yorùbá Home Based Media gbogbo ń tẹ bá ti gbọ́ látọ̀dọ̀ tiwọn àti YSDM Publicity gbogbo bí tẹ bá ti gbọ́ nǹkan tẹ bá gbọ́ níbẹ̀ ó ń bọ̀ láti àṣẹ láti àwọn tí wọ́n ń darí ikọ̀ gbogbo tó kù tẹ́ bá ń gbọ́ níta tí ẹ bá mú confirmation ẹ̀ á jẹ́ pé òfin gèlè gbé dání ìyẹn la ṣe ń sọ fún gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá pé ìyàtọ̀ tó ń bẹ níbẹ̀ ni pé Dúpẹ́ Onítìrí ó ti sọ ní November 2022 pé òmìnira 2022 àwọn ti declare bó dẹ̀ ṣe declare ni pé ó ní Ọlọ́run ló rán òun pé kóun lọ ṣe declaration yẹn.
ẹ jẹ́ wá wò ó ohun tí ẹ̀ ń pè fún òun náà ni kí ohun gbogbo kó lè bá a dá ìgbàyé bá dùn kó lè bá a rọ àwọn èèyàn lọ́rùn ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ìjọba lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà wọ́n ní ìṣọ̀kan nínú ìyàtọ̀ ló yẹ ká tẹ̀lé kì í ṣe ìṣọ̀kan nínú ìyapa ó yẹ kó orílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà wà ní ìṣọ̀kan nínú ìyàtọ̀ tá a ní ni kì í ṣe nínú ìyapa ojú wo lẹ fi wò ó.
ìlú tó tẹ̀ ní gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ó ṣe díẹ̀ náà táwa ti kúrò nílé àmọ́ mo ṣì wálé dáadáa mo ṣì wálé ní 2021 mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sọ náà ni pé nàìjíríà fúnra rẹ̀ gan ó ti deal fún restructure àwọ̀ wá dúró lórí restructure nítorí pé Scotland ní UK tèmi wá yìí Scotland wọ́n níná wọ́n lómi wọ́n ní gbogbo nǹkan tó ń pè ní basic amenities wọ́n sì ń sọ fún àwọn tí wọ́n jọ kóra wọn papọ̀ pé àwọn fẹ́ dá dúró gẹ́gẹ́ bí orílẹ̀-èdè tí ó dẹ̀ ní ẹ̀tọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ti United Nations sọ lóòótọ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ a máa ní kí ló dé ta ṣe fẹ́ yapa kúrò nínú nàìjíríà ìtàṣefẹ́ yapa kò ní ṣe pé torí pé fúlàní nìkan tó ń wọlé pa wá nítorí nǹkan pè ní èdè ni wọ́n fi ń ṣe ìlú èdè ni à ń sọ yìí nísìnyí èdè tá à ń sọ yìí àwọn ẹ̀yà tó kù ò lè gbọ́ àbí tó bá yẹ pé wọ́n ti gbé láàrin wa gbogbo ìlú tó bá ń pè ní country èdè ni wọ́n fi ń pè é nàìjíríà fúnra rẹ̀ kẹ̀rẹ́ 1914 ni wọ́n dá sílẹ̀ nígbà tí àwọn òyìnbó gbé nǹkan pè ní amalgamation wọlé tá bá wo àwọn bàbá wa kan wọ́n dàgbà ju nàìjíríà lọ so gbogbo tá à ń pè fún ìkóńṣógún ìka kan sọ ni pé àjọṣepọ̀ wa ṣì máa wà but kò ń ṣe nínú entity tó ń pè ní nàìjíríà ìyẹn ọ̀dẹ̀ mújà dání ẹni tó bá fẹ́ haúsá á sì láǹfààní àti fẹ́ ìyàwó haúsá tó ní lọ́wọ́ ìyẹn ò ní pé àní bá àwọn ẹ̀yà tó kù ṣe ìtàn sọ ni pé à á padà síbi tí a wà tẹ́lẹ̀ kódà tí gbogbo ọmọ nàìjíríà ń sọ náà ni pé nàìjíríà fúnra rẹ̀ gan kò lè tọ́jú ara ẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká pín olúkálukú máa lọ kò mú jàdá ní olótù.
ìgbésẹ̀ ń lọ lọ́wọ́ onírúurú àtúntò tó ń débò fún orílẹ̀-èdè nàìjíríà lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn sì ń pè fún àtúntò orílẹ̀-èdè nàìjíríà. jẹ́ tí ọ̀rọ̀ ìyapa ò bá wáyé ṣùgbọ́n tá ní orílẹ̀-èdè nàìjíríà àtúntò ǹjẹ́ yóò jẹ́ ohun tí ẹ gbé dání tí yóò tẹ́yìn lọ́rùn.
bí ti ṣe sọ lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ kódà ìlú tó ní gbogbo nǹkan ìlú tí ó wà tán fi ń pè ní United Kingdom ìlú 4 ló rọ̀gbò ka Wales 5 million ni wọ́n Scotland àti Northern Ireland gbogbo wọn náà ni wọ́n sì dá dúró bí wọ́n ṣe fún wọn ní ọ̀nà láti máa ṣe parliamentary system of government wọn ẹ mọ̀ pé níjọ́ náà lọ́hùn regional government gan la ní tolúkálukú fi sọ pé Western region lábẹ́ bàbá wa Jeremiah Ọbáfẹ́mi Awólọ́wọ̀ tí gbogbo nǹkan fi ń dún mẹ́nàmọ́nà tó ń dùn mọ́ wa lẹ́nu kódà tí wọ́n bá dá Nàìjíríà padà sí regional government náà lẹ́ni àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá sì máa sọ pé full autonomic government la fẹ́ àfẹ́ ní kankan ṣe pẹ̀lú entity yẹn tó ń pè ní Nàìjíríà bí tẹ̀ ṣe sọ ìyẹn gbọ́dọ̀ mú jàdá ní àmọ́ ó gbọ́dọ̀ ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àlàyé.
ẹ kọ́ bó ti pẹ́ wọ́n yọ̀ǹda yín ohun tí wọ́n máa ń sọ láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀pẹ̀ ni pé ní Yorùbá ẹnu Yorùbá òkò pé oyún tí gbogbo bá ní ìsọ.
níbo lẹ ti gbọ́ yẹn ṣe rí gbogbo ẹnu Yorùbá òkò yẹn lára àwọn bí ìtọ́ ṣe sọ pé Babangida ní tí wọ́n bá ń jà lọ́nkán bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn tó bá ojú wíńdò pé ọmọ Yorùbá ló ń jà wọn wọlé lọ sùn gbogbo yẹn àwọn bí apalọ conversation nìyẹn kò sí kankan tó ń sọ pé ẹnu Yorùbá òkò ní gbogbo ní UK tí mo wà a máa dìbò ní next month ẹnu wọ̀ ní kò fún ẹni tá a fẹ́ dìbò fún so gbogbo yẹn ń ṣe new thing bọ̀ pé ẹnu Yorùbá òkò yẹn ẹni ò bá into it bàbá Akíntóyè náà dẹ̀ sọ pé gbogbo yẹn ká má máa sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹnu Yorùbá òkò kò sí ìlú tó wà lágbàáyé tí wọn ò ní in tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n máa bára wọn fà á tí kò ní tó bọ̀ èdè wọn ló fi ń bá ara wọn fà á èdè mi nísìn ó yàtọ̀ sí èdè ọmọ Haúsá ó yàtọ̀ sí èdè ọmọ Ìgbò ìyẹn ò ní pé mò ń nífẹ̀ẹ́ wọn àmọ́ sẹ́ ká dá dúró gẹ́gẹ́ bí orílẹ̀-èdè nítorí pé Nàìjíríà kò kí ń ṣe orílẹ̀-èdè.
kó tó di pé wọ́n yọ̀ǹda yín náà lára táwọn èèyàn ń tọ́ka sí tí wọ́n fi ń fìdí ẹ̀ múlẹ̀ ni pé ẹ rí i pé nínú ọ̀rọ̀ yín báyìí ẹgbẹ́ tó ń pè fún ìdásílẹ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá wọ́n tó bí 103 83
no 83 yẹn wọ́n wà lábẹ́ YSDM gbogbo wọn wà lábẹ́ YSDM wọ́n ti gbẹ ìyẹn la ṣe dá YSDM yẹn sílẹ̀.
àwọn tí wọ́n wá tí wọ́n fi àpò ilé ìjọba ní ọjọ́ àbámẹ́ta báyìí.
ara wọn wà lọ́dọ̀ wa tẹ́lẹ̀ bọ̀ nítorí pé ojú ń kán ẹ mọ̀ pé wọ́n ní tójú bá ń kọ́yàn tó bá ṣe sùúrù ó ṣeé ṣe kí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ṣẹlẹ̀ bí ẹ ti ṣe rí wọn nísìn.
ìbáwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ẹni tí ó wàá mọ̀ àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá lẹ́rù náà ni pé káti ẹ̀ pé àlá yìí ó padà jọ pé ṣé ọ̀rọ̀ àṣàdarí tí ò ní padà tún yín ká.
gbogbo yẹn náà resolution tó máa wáyé ni Afẹ́nifẹ́re pín sí méjì lénìí mo rò pé wọ́n gbé títì síta tó ń bára wọn jà even though pa mọ̀ pé ọ̀nà méjì ló ti pín sí OPC pín sí méjì lénìí even though pé wọ́n pín sí méjì wọ́n bára wọn jà so gbogbo yẹn àwọn àtẹnu á bára wọn jà so gbogbo pé àwọn fraction tó lọ yìí sí tí wọ́n bá ní understanding ẹ̀ pé ọ̀nà láti fi gbà is non-violent wá padà wá sílé but for now intan sọ fún ìjọba ni pé kí wọ́n ṣe investigation dáadáa lórí ẹni tó jáde nítorí pé in tí wọ́n fi wá ṣe àtàkì sílé olóyè Ìgbòho kò tó in tó lóyè tí ń ṣe yìí kó tó di pé wọ́n wá àtàkẹ̀ intan ṣe ni pé peaceful tàfi ń jáde sí gbogbo ojú títì tí ọlọ́pàá dẹ̀ ń tẹ̀lé wa àtàmọ̀tẹ́kùn ṣẹ́rí pé àwọn tó wà yìí wọ́n máa yìnbọn fámọ̀tẹ́kùn ni nígbà tó dé.
ẹ ṣé gan ni ọ̀rẹ́ mi Ayọ̀mí Koiki agbẹnusọ fún olóyè Sunday Igboho ẹ ṣé o.
ẹ ṣé gan ni. Well, that is about it. Thank you so much. You've you can see that we are trying, with my Yoruba. I know it's not, my Biafras that are listening. It was a Yoruba interview there, but it's the same for the English from Nigeria. It is just one of those engagement that we expect many of them to do. We hope that Arise will call us. We hope that channels will call us, but they are always skeptical and scared because of the NBC rules. They know that people like us coming. Kunle Baker, thank you so much for the super chat. That is the only way I know when you are in the broadcast with your super chat. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. And as I'm going to be leaving the broadcast, like I said, it's almost 4 hours, 16 minutes. If you want to support the platform voluntarily, thank you so much, Asgod. That is what you can do. Those are the account details. It's voluntary. Like I said, your support, your contribution, continue to help us, to flourish as a media platform that is working to challenge, the status quo and bring Yoruba people out in a way that is much more. Whatever it is, we are not as the same with Dupo Nitiri. Ajayi Noah, thank you so much. Ruka Atamaomi. Also, Yawa Margaret Ibijoke, Nigeria don't give any of the rights inscribed in the Constitution. You're right, ma. I've said so much. If you're just joining us, you might want to rewind back so that you can be able to follow the whole conversation. I gotta go now. My name is Koiki. The presentation was in full details, and I'm sure you will learn one or two things that you've never known before, or probably the ones that you've known before that will be of benefit. Mo kí gbogbo alẹ́ nǹkan sí o, mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin olólùfẹ́ wa, mo kí àwọn ọba ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, mo kí gbogbo àwọn ọba pátápátá láì yọ ẹnìkan kù sílẹ̀, mo kí gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n dúró pé ìran Yorùbá máa bọ́ nínú wàhálà tí àwọn ìbò kó wá sí. We have the right, and that right will be exhausted until we exit Nigeria. And on that note, enjoy the rest of the day. It's a beautiful weather at the moment. It's raining, but it's still a beautiful weather. What can we do? That's what they call it, British weather. The British weather can change overnight, can change on you. Thank you so much. My name is Koiki, and this platform is called KOIKIMEDIA, bringing the world closer to your doorstep. And shout out Yami Olasunbo Sangolano. Thank you so much to all our sisters, our brothers. I know some of you probably would never want the Yoruba to happen in our lifetime, but it is too late. The message is already out. The Yoruba people will exit Nigeria. Aliu Abdurasak, thank you so much. From Ibadan to Ekiti to Osun to Ondo State to my own town in Ijebu-Ode, to those of you in Abeokuta, to those of you in Lagos State, to those of you in Kwara State, Kogi State, and all the Yorubas across every part of Nigeria, the Yoruba people will be free from the bondage of the 1914 amalgamation. Bye for now.